Well, hello everybody. What's up, Deaf Worlders and other people watching this video? Net Narrator here. And I'm about to undertake... there we go. Everybody. And that's my test to make sure my audio works, which it does. You wouldn't believe how many times I've done the stream and the audio hasn't worked, or at least my words haven't come out. And then we find out like half an hour after the fact. Oh dear, webcam could be a little bit better. I mean, it looks okay on the streaming software, looks less okay on the video, but, you know, well, we'll just have to deal. Because obviously, me on the camera, it's not the main event. It is very much the recent DOJ disclosures on Jeffrey Epstein and the guilty parties. Now, I've heard some rumours that is heavily redacted, which, okay, fair enough, but we will read what we can. So, I think, first off, before I say anything else, let me just bring it up. Oh great, I didn't have it on this tab. Okay, so the proceeds from this video will, when they are able to accept donations, and if they're able to accept donations, to SOAR. And that would be, as in the description, it stands for Speak Out, Act, Reclaim, and it was founded by Virginia Giuffre, who is now deceased. She was the plaintiff and the focus on the original Epstein files, which I narrated earlier last year, who unfortunately allegedly took her own life. Now, the proceeds from that will also go to this charity. The proceeds from this will go to SOAR as well. But currently, according to their website, at least they're not accepting donations right now. They're still setting themselves up. What their status is now, I have no idea. I haven't heard any news regarding that. But the way I see it, I can access my stats at any time. So just if and when they're able to accept donations, I will just send any proceeds from this live stream and from my other works on Epstein directly to that charity. If they end up going bust or defunct or whatever, which is a possibility, I will be donating all the proceeds to a similar charity or organization, but I'll be fully transparent if and when that situation comes along. So, for now, I'll just keep the stats, and then when they're able to accept donations, I'll send them over there. As I say, it's very unfortunate what happened, and it's very, very sad as well. And doing the Epstein files originally last year, I very much fell for the victims. I reading all the interviews, all the disclosures, all the stories. Yeah, it got to me a little bit. And in this case, I have promised to narrate the entire thing of everything that's disclaimed. Now, from what I understand, the US Department of Justice has not released everything yet. They're meant to. They were meant to do it on the 19th. But I think back channels are saying it's 20% released. And you should be able to see it here under DOJ disclosures. Now, this recent lot was released under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, HR 4405. So I'll open this set. So these data sets are all individual PDFs, mainly photos. I've downloaded all of these sets. And say dataset 1, that's about 4,000 PDFs. But I think most of them, if not all, are like single pages. Some of them are redacted, and some of them are just like photo evidences of the scene. So you can't really narrate it. But I will just go through the lot, and I will narrate anything I can. And that'll be the same for all of these data sets. I've got a separate PDF reader up and open. I will need to take breaks to obviously reopen a bunch of others. I've got them on my PC. That'll be fine. And then after that, we do have 2025 press releases and other stuff relating to the Epstein files. It's not quite the details itself, but I will endeavor to try and do that as well. I mean, you know, it is listed all the way down here, so I might as well do that. Now, BOP video footage. This covers the the date where Jeffrey Epstein allegedly took his own life in prison. And these are all the videos from, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. from where that happened. We're not going to go through that. That can't be narrated. That is also publicly available. We could just like download them all and rush through them. That's very possible. But no, I've scouted ahead. There's nothing narratable in any of these videos. So we will skip over this bit because there's nothing to read. There's nothing to narrate. Okay, I'm looking at the chat, and yes, I understand. Gotelia Graham, the DOJ have apparently removed certain images after the fact. However, I downloaded these pretty much as soon as they came out, or quickly after. So it may be that the previously redacted stuff will feature on this video, or this stream. That'll be a good point. I am in no way self-harming or anything like that. I don't plan to hero. I'm having the time of my life. I've got 2 little kittens. They're absolutely amazing. I have every reason to stay alive. So, yeah, please don't Epstein me. Not that I think that's actually going to happen, because the way I see it, this is all publicly available information. There's no point in going after somebody like me. Now, the Maxwell proffer. This is regarding Ghislaine Maxwell. She is heavily involved in the Epstein operation. Indeed, I narrated quite a bit of her interviews and transcripts in the last lot. Oh boy. But a lot of this is transcripts. Many of these look to be videos as well, or like some kind of audio thing. I can't really narrate that, so if I end up doing these, it'll just be these interview transcripts rather than the actual videos themselves. Memoranda and correspondence. It's entirely possible that I've done these before, but these are just like press releases and stuff from the US Department of Justice, from the Attorney General. So, I'll take a look at it beforehand, but it might not be worth narrating. Basically, the meat of the whole thing is the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which is here. That's the stuff that's recently been released. And I'm gonna aim to do the lot. I'm a man of my word. And, I'm going to try and read the entire thing. Now, we got a lot of people on Twitter and other social media. They like to basically try and use this to point fingers at people they don't like. That was my phone. My Ring doorbell is going off. Well, not my Ring doorbell, one of my cameras. Sorry. They're using this as an opportunity to try and attack people they don't like, saying, oh, they're mentioned in the files or whatever. It's not our place here doing this stream to lay judgment on anybody or to say, oh, you're a bad person. As we learned in the original files, just because somebody appears in the files, it could be, just in an inconsequential matter. The context matters. So, for example, the President, Donald Trump, was mentioned in the last lot of the Epstein files, the court documents that was released last January. However, in that lot, he was only mentioned as owning a casino that the party, including the unfortunate victim, and Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew, they were as a party, but they went to one of Donald Trump's casinos, I believe. And that's the only context in which he was mentioned. So I say be cautious of what's mentioned on Twitter. And as I say, it's not our job here to be partisan or to go on anybody's side. Well, realistically, my only side is on that of the victims. So yeah, be careful. Let's not make this into a massive political thing. I'm going to read through the entire lot, and if someone is caught with a smoking gun doing bad things, absolutely we can call them out on that. But let's wait until we see specific smoking guns before we go wild in the chat or anything like that. How late do I plan on running? Now, that's a very, very good question. YouTube do not save streams that run past 12 hours. We learned that when I was doing Chris Chan's Sonichu. I did the entirety of that basically within the 12-hour period. I pulled an all-nighter for that one. I suffered a lot for it. And indeed, with the Sonichu, there were some random pages that didn't make sense from potential future releases, but I mean, it would make more sense for me to do them once the actual future issue is released. Because, I might very well go back to that thing. In this case, I don't know if I will pull an all-nighter. It depends on how I'm feeling at the time and my health. I will say that this morning I woke up with a humongous hangover. I was really concerned. My little kittens were very concerned. But, you know, I made it through that, and, you know, obviously I wasn't feeling too good this morning. I'm better now. So it's just a case of, if I'm feeling okay, I will absolutely go the full 12 hours. I'll absolutely pull an all-nighter. I will get this done ASAP. That's the main thing. But if not, I will happily take a break and maybe resume at another date. I don't expect to get it all done today. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. I love to, if I can. If there's 90% redacted, and if I am able to get this all done in one stream, I absolutely will. And I'll aim to do that. It just depends on how I feel. So, that's basically what we're doing. We're focusing on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's the latest stuff that's being released. Now, how many we got? 9 viewers. Oh, wow, that's pretty good. So, yeah, I don't normally stream. I'm not a seasoned streamer by any stretch, but, I mean, this is pretty big. So, if you want to, you know, say, hey, this nutcase is narrating the entire Epstein stream to, yeah, seeing stuff to other people, that would be great. More eyes than this, the better, I think. Oh, it's bloody cold. I have smelling salts. I have all sorts of stuff around me to aid me in basically carrying on. So I will aim to do that. Now, let me just move to the first image, and we will go from there. Now, unfortunately, rather than just releasing them as PNGs and stuff, the US Department has essentially released them all as PDF, so I have to open them one by one. I've got a PDF reader where I've got multiple tabs. I've got a tab of 50 at the moment, and I'm going to aim to do 50, do 50, do 50, or do however many I can have up at once without crashing my PC. And speaking of which, if my PC does go, it's very possible that my kittens have snuck in and battered the power cable, which is something they've done quite a lot lately. So, yeah, don't worry, I haven't been Epsteined, it's probably just my kitten being the troll. Now, you may see them down there. I have checked on them before I came on. I fed them, they're currently on the bed, they're very, very tired. A natural result of them running through my house at 3 in the morning and not going to sleep. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, let me swap over to where it's supposed to go. Alright, first image. And I want to make sure my webcam you can see. That, yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Okay, so image 1. So, actually, I'll go back and I'll show you specifically what this is. Actually, yeah, I'll do that. Give me a sec. Yeah, I know. I just want to get on with it, really. Alright, so on this window, we're currently going through dataset 1. And in this folder, there's about 3,000 to 4,000 images in this one subfolder. Now, altogether, yeah, altogether is about 4,000. Let me just check the exact number. Okay, it's not 4,000, it's... yeah, 3,158 in dataset 1. So obviously we've got dataset 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I haven't scouted all of them out yet, so they could be longer, they could be shorter. And they could all be, you know, they could all be censored, and it could indeed be more than one page. So we're going to go through that. That's basically the to give you an idea of the scale of this whole thing. Alright, so let's go back and actually get started on these goddamn files. Okay, these are things that we can actually read. So, date, 7/6/19. Case ID, 3IE-NY 3027571. FBI. A photographer. Black box. Location, 9 East 71st Street, New York, New York. And let's just make sure it actually goes on to 2. Well, that's not narratable. I can't read these signs. It's a big-ass door. And it's the same big-ass door. J.E. I can narrate that bit. It says JE. 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 star hash. Okay, we'll get something. We'll get something proper to read at some point. I'm sure. I'm not going to read this bit at the bottom. I'm not. That would be a bit wild of me, but there's no need for that. Right. Presumably this is from the police raid because it's obviously knocked in. This says Modicco. I can read that. Okay. Smash door. Smash door. Another big-ass door, nothing to read. Very nice paintings on either side. That's a very nice painting. It's like a Japanese mountain or something. Okay, some kind of tropical mountain. Okay, another big-ass door. Hey, what the fuck? What is this? Ladies and gentlemen, we have Bill Clinton in blue pajamas sitting in a bridal position on a fucking chair. What the hell? I'm sorry, poor taste, but Jesus Christ. I'm not going to do that pose. I'm not going to do that pose here. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, we're having a wild ride. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Some kind of hacker cave here. Is this readable? Let me double check. No. Maybe they'll take a closer photo. Who knows? So basically what I'm doing with these tabs is I'm just, like, closing them as I read them. You know, problem solved. I don't need to see them anymore. Okay. So this is one hell of a goon cave. We've got all sorts of... We got boxes of tissues. Yeah, the implications of all these monitors in this location is a bit not great. Unless it's some kind of security room, I suppose, but considering the subject matter, I don't know. Okay. Same kind of room. 7:34 on the clock over there. Nothing else I can read in this one? No. Now, I do know there are files and pictures, like files and documents in here somewhere. We will get to them. It may just be that we'll just speed along like this. But we'll, yeah. Yeah, we'll have a look. We'll have a look, and we'll go along, and if and when I can read stuff, then we're rolling. And then once I go for the next batch of PDFs, I'll take a look at the chat. Hey, we got something to read. Okay. So, job code 5135. Client name Moen de la Cruz J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower. Monthly maintenance. Special instructions perform water treatment on cooling tower, including PSR with water levels and readings. Start date 08th April 2018. Job code 5136. Moen de la Cruz J. Epstein. Job type tower cleaning. Service description cleaning and disinfection cooling tower. No special instructions. Start date 25th of April 2018. Job code 5135.1. Moen de la Cruz J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower monthly maintenance. Special instructions perform water treatment on cooling tower, including PSR with water levels and readings. Is that PSR? Yeah, it is PSR. Could have been a P5R. 07 May 2018. 4849.1. Moen de la Cruz J. Epstein. Job type... client name, Moen de la Cruz J. Epstein. Job type, Legionella test. Service description, cooling tower, Legionella. Special instructions, completion notes. Did the 90-day tower inspection and Legionella test. 23rd May 2018. Job code 5135.2. Moen de la Cruz J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower monthly maintenance. Special instructions perform water treatment on cooling tower, including PSR with water levels and readings. Start date 11th June 2018. Job code 5135.3. Client name Moen de la Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower monthly maintenance. Special instructions perform water treatment on cooling tower, including PSR with water levels and readings. Start date 09 June 2018. Job code 5135.4. Client name Moen Dela Cruz, J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower. Monthly maintenance. Special instructions: perform water treatment on cooling tower. Include PSR with water levels and readings. Start date 13th of August 2018. Job code 4849.2. Client name Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type Legionella test. Service description cooling tower Legionella. Special instructions: 90-day tower inspection and Legionella test. Start date 21st of August 2018. Job code 5135.5. Client name Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower and monthly maintenance. Special instructions: perform water treatment on cooling tower. Include PSR with water levels and readings. Start date 10th September 2018. Job code 5135.6. Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. A client name. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower monthly maintenance. Special instructions: perform water treatment on cooling tower, including PSR with water levels and readings. 8th of October 2018. Job code 5136.1. Client name Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type tower cleaning. Service description cleaning and disinfection cooling tower. No special instructions. Start date 15th of October 2018. Job code 5137. Client name Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type inspection. Service description annual cooling tower inspection. No special instructions. Start date 22nd of October 2018. Job code 5135.7. Client name Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower monthly maintenance. Special instructions: perform water treatment on cooling tower. Include PSR with water levels and readings. Start date 12th November 2018. Job code 4849.3. Client name Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type Legionella test. Service description cooling tower Legionella. Special instructions: 90-day tower inspection and Legionella test. Start date 19th of November 2018. Job code 5135.8. Client name Moen Dela Cruz and J. Epstein. Job type water treatment. Service description cooling tower and monthly maintenance. Special instructions: perform water treatment on cooling tower, including PSR with water levels and readings. Start date 10th December 2018. And these numbers 0322 112. I want to say 5 for that one. Okay, so I think this Moen Dela Cruz is actually like a chief of staff for J. Epstein. Not sure. I think I remember that name from last time. All right. Next one. Okay. We have a PC that's been taken out. There's a photo in there. There's a card in there. What does the card say? That says Marshall. That says Marshall. I know that. So I think this is the previous one. So this staff schedule, I think, is this. If not, we'll see it soon enough, I'm sure. Okay, nothing to read in here either. KIVC, that says. Not sure what that says. That's illegible. Nothing to read there. It's a door. There's nothing to read there. And indeed, doesn't look like there's anything there at all. Okay, what does that say? That's something written on the monitor. First of all, there's a fucking crowbar. Maybe that belongs to the cops, I don't know. Let's zoom in and find out what that is. Larry's apartment 301. That's what it says. Okay, bathroom. Nothing to read here. Okay, guaranteed low prices. Lower. LSJ. Nothing else to read there. Mail, FedEx large, 139751. Can I zoom in on the mail? Fuck. I zoomed into the max. No, that's unreadable. I don't think there's any words there. Okay, what does this say? GSJ, LSJ, Zorro, PB, Paris, something. I don't think that's a... Paris is the complete word. Front gate. That says front gate over here. As for the post-it... No, that's legible. Okay, so far so good. Guaranteed low prices, and these are the same things I said before. GSG, LSJ, Zorro, PB, Paris. Paris something. There's more to that there. I think that more to that word. FedEx large 39751. FedEx medium box part number 139382F. Tempo unit. Something box. U4 box. Yeah, can't quite see that one. This fucking photo. What the hell? Bill Clinton bridal in a dress. Is that a dress? Is that a dress or pajamas? Yeah. That's, whew. Okay. As we said, we're not one to judge, but that is clearly Bill Clinton. That is clearly an odd photo. Even though I'm not in the US, I'm completely impartial to US politics. Yeah, it's not a smoking gun. It is a bit weird. B. Okay. Nothing to read here. Let's focus on these books. What books are they? Okay, well, I think this one says balls, literally. Atlas Obscura. This is a book on the Maldives, which I believe is where the island is. Or, well, I don't know if it's Jeffrey Epstein's specific island is in the Maldives. I know a lot of the rich and famous have islands in that territory, like private islands. Okay. Yep, that's some kind of statue. These are the same things. I can't really read this upside down. Okay, that's still the Maldives. That's not got a title on it. That's illegible. Let's see if we got anything up here. Okay, and obviously the clock, 7:45. Oh yeah, these are not well defined. I cannot read this. Yeah, sorry guys. Gonna have to skip. Can't read that. Okay. Again, book in the Maldives. There needs to be a focus on here. Yeah, next one. Okay, what do we got? We can zoom in on a few of these. Okay. Interesting. I think this says Primacolor. It could be a VHS or something, I suppose. Toyful IBT, not sure what that is, but this one we're certainly aware of. Fire and Fury. That's the unauthorized autobiography of Trump's first term. Yeah, Fire and Fury. That's a book on Trump. 3 copies as well. 3 copies of that. 2 copies of that. Either these are the same. It could be like this is the box and this is the VHS. They're different sizes. So what is this? Eyeglass cleaning table, large envelopes, pens, pencil, markers. Oh, good, you can see my mouse, so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, Apple, small envelopes, MISC office supply, stapler, electronics and adapters, JC stationery. God, some of these photos are really badly defined. That's illegible. Label marker, I think. Something paper. Oh, will zooming out help? I think this says FedEx envelopes. Portable parts, I think? Portable something. Something printer cartridge is this one. Yeah, these are very poorly defined photos, I will say that. Alright, let's zoom back out. Okay, pens, pencils, markers, MISC office supply. Now, what did that one say? Blue hoodie as well. That's a stapler. Okay, no, still can't make out that drawer there. Bathroom, nothing to read. I'm not even going to try to read that label. It's illegible. Hang on. No, not entirely sure. Is one of these a caricature of Clinton? I'm not sure. I don't read political comics. It's entirely possible. We got the brown eyebrows and white head of that one, but I don't know. As I say, I don't want to focus on any people specifically unless they're like fully definitely in there. Okay, right, stuff to read. FedEx, Upside Down, Delwood, 71st. Okay, Zorro, Misk, L something. Let me double check. El Brillo, I think? Possibly? El Brillo. Okay, nothing you can read in this one. Swanky House. Although, having said that, given the tile floors and all that, I can imagine it would get cold. Okay, nothing to read in this one. C. Okay, nope, that's another angle of the same room, I think. That's a toilet. Nothing to read there. Backwards C. Okay, nothing there. Corvette, Portrait of a Legend. Okay, right, we've reached the end of this, and I'm going to open a bunch more. Hang on. Alright, current folder. Let me just make sure I can actually do this without breaking my PC. So I'm going to try and download them, sorry, open them, I should say, 50 at a time. As I said, there's just over 3,000 in this initial data set. So I'm going to open them now. Really hope my PC doesn't break, and I'm going to check the chat. Greetings, Brett. Hey, Flint. Nice to see you. How late am I playing and running? Take a hint of salt. This is a... this is a inhaler nasal stick. It frees the airways. I've got some actual smelling salts on my shelf behind me. I might pop them out later. That stuff is really powerful. Mentioned, not only have they not finished releasing, they've removed stuff later. How many viewers have I got? 9 viewers, that's brilliant. Get ready to tab through a whole bunch of entirely blacked out pages and CSAM not scan pages. Yep, I'll take a look at that. Alright. I'm cracked for even attempting this while others have had to straight up code an AI to sort this stuff. AI is for the weak. Fucking clankers. No, I don't want to get myself demonetized. Well, actually, this is probably already demonetized. I can get away with swearing, I'm sure. Although I would hope it wouldn't be demonetized, because I've said all the money that's going from this is going to charity. Ideally, Virginia Gilchrist's charity. But if that turns out to be defunct in any way, I'll donate it to a similar charity that deals with victims of human trafficking. Really went with a flood too much info to process approach. Yeah, well, not enough. No flooding me. Combo room security and highlights real editing. Greetings, mate. Greetings, good sir. Greetings to you as well, fellow human. Is a server rack with switches, red high heels. Yeah. A Washington State checking in. I believe that's where Seattle is. Ah, hello. Vivometer. Well, greetings. I'm glad I'm up in time for the Americans to have a look at this, because I know it's a very big subject over there at the moment. Anyways, good. My PC has not broken. All right, so I can get rid of 50. I'm on 51. Okay, brilliant. Good. Okay, door to a lift. Nothing readable there. D. And we've got a redacted photo here. Blonde hair. Or platinum blonde hair. I'm not sure how you would say it. Yeah. Possibly a victim, but you never know. Certainly publicly displayed like that would indicate likely an acquaintance rather than a victim. You'd think, but again, we don't know for sure. Okay, swanky chessboard. Nothing readable here. Another shot, nothing readable here. What the fuck is this? Okay. Right, well that says D, I can tell you that. I don't know what... Listen, why would you get something like that? Why would you put that up? Look, do you see that? That's a dragon. That looks so much better and so much cooler than this. I have no words. Well, that says D. Let's move on. Okay, close up of the light, I think. It's another angle. There's nothing to read here. Oh, no, there is D. It says D here. Well, that's disturbing. Yeah, considering the subject matter at hand. Yeah. I don't like that. E. Nothing else to read. That's a fucking zebra. Okay, another shot of the zebra. It seems to be parted out a little bit. Nothing else readable here. Okay. Odd statuette of a kid. Nothing readable here either. Give me something to read! I'm Net Narrator, not Net Artist. I am almost as bad at drawing as I am at singing. Yeah, Gorilla, don't know if that's real or not. I'm aware of the rich and powerful getting stuffed animals and all of that, but I'm not sure if that's real. That can't be read. That is a clock. Nope, nothing there either. Alright. Oh, God, why does this keep zooming in? Okay. No, that's another angle shot. Nothing to read. F. There's something to read. Nothing else to read in that one. Oh, jeez. Okay. Leopard print table. Chairs. Okay. I say that looks less like Gandalf and is like, you know that Final Fantasy summon? It's like the lightning summon in Final Fantasy 15, except it's not like Zeus. I don't know. That's all what that reminds me of. Nothing readable here. There's a gom. Nothing readable here. It's another angle of the... Oh, hang on. What do we got here? Sorry, I'm grasping at straws for something I need to read. That is illegible. Like, these... You would have thought the US Justice Department would get some high-def cameras so I can actually read stuff. Okay, well, this is an angle from... Oh, no. Yeah, I still can't read that. That's far too illegible. A bunch of photos and stuff there. A bunch of tacky art. Nothing readable. Nothing readable here. G. Good. Something readable. Nothing I can see that's readable in this. We'll get to the readable stuff at some point as well. Yeah, okay. Kitchen, nothing readable there. Well, we did have, like, a proper readable document earlier, so I'm sure it will come up, but I will go through this like with a fine-tooth comb. I did with the last lot, I will do it for this. About to take psychic damage. Well, I've been doing this for a little while. I'm a bit more seasoned. I think with the last time is the editing was a lot worse than actually recording. Although having said that, when I got to the end, I was just like, fuck it, I can't be bothered to edit anymore. I don't care if I make mistakes and I'm drunk as hell. Let's just do it. That was my rationale doing that. I don't know if that will be similar for this. As I say, there's just over 3,000 photos, and I'm on photo 74. And that's only for the first section of 7. But I'll tough it out. Right, nothing readable there. Nothing readable there. Give me something to read. Okay, not sure who that is. This one, don't know who that is. That could be Ghislaine Maxwell. Although, I might be... I don't know if it would be breaking TOS to try and speculate openly as to who this is. I'm not sure. Maybe you guys would know. I don't know. That one could be Maxwell. Alright, next one. H! More things to read. Search personnel name, agency, contact number, initials. Search completed. What does that say? Place X in box. Maybe? I don't know. Okay, right, there's more stuff to read there. You can tell I'm getting desperate. Right, that's illegible, I think. That's French, so by definition is also illegible. Okay. Like, zoom in. Give me a zoom in on something. Oh, hang on. Laborp or something like that? Maybe? And I thought there was a person behind there for a second. Okay. Yes, I am going to have to be the net describer, just until I find some text to work off. So, it's basically so you can tell I'm actually trying to find something to read, rather than just, nah. No, I'm having a good look. Nothing to read in there. Coat racks. Oh, fuck off. Coat racks and nice boots. Yeah, nothing in there. Give me something to read! Thank you. Alright, what does that say? Nope, that's too far in. That's Antarctica. Or Australia, not sure. Can't read that. Damn. Alright. Again. Same angle. What does that say? Can't read. Shit. Fucking low def FBI or whoever the fuck cameras. You know, it could be important in court. Not just important to me to read this bloody thing. If I can't read the logo on that coat, it's clearly not good enough. Okay. There's a chair on the stairs. And I remember that robe. That was from the yeah. The thing I didn't like. Oh, was that a cat? No, it wasn't. It's just things creaking in my house. Yeah, so there was if you're just coming in, that rope was there, and there was like a mannequin of a girl like climbing down the rope in a white dress. And to that would imply like a victim trying to escape or something like that. And that's, considering the subject matter, that's not good. Okay, another angle of the chair. Nothing to read in this. Ground. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that says ground floor. It does sort of change a little bit. Okay. Let's see what it says on here. Fuck's sake, I don't want to zoom in 6,000. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, some of this is starting to become illegible. 748423 1870, I think? No, well, it says here anyway. 2018. That one says 9 a.m. 11/14th. Not sure what that says. 718-423-1900. 2018. The rest of this text is legible. That says carbon. That is the start of instructions. There you go. Yes, I am on the spectrum. How could you tell? Yeah, that's another angle. Stairs, nothing to read there. Okay. He's a happy tribesman, but nothing to read, sadly. It's a fucking set of stairs. What do you expect? There's nothing to read. Okay, like, who the fuck gets pictures like this? Jesus. Okay, nothing to read there either. Like, if you're gonna get some shitty, pretentious pictures of absolutely nothing, at least stick a label in it so I can read it. Okay, these are more pictures. I mean, I'm pretty sure, was Ghislaine Maxwell just a socialite, or was she in art? I'm not sure. No, stairs. It's the same picture of the same fucking flight of stairs. Second floor, there we go, something to read. Okay, right, that's that lot done. That was a bit of a disappointing one, but we've got plenty more to go. Alright. 101 to 150. In fact, let's see if I can actually go up to 200. Might be awaiting disaster here. And while that happens, let's have a look at the chat. Vivi, like the Final Fantasy character? Only Final Fantasies I've played, which I'm a little bit ashamed of, is the Final Fantasy remake, not the rebirth, and Final Fantasy 15, I think? Yeah, I mean, I've sort of dabbled in the other ones, like 10, 13. I played actual 7 as well. But yeah, that's about it. Okay. Net's going to take psychic damage going through this? Well, sure. But I think if anyone can pull this off on YouTube, it's probably going to be me. But then again, I think, you know, got to remember, anything I do here, it doesn't compare to what the victims went through. Net describe it, yeah. Cameraman or volunteers from the Bigfoot hunting community? Yeah. Did they redact the frame of the picture? Who the hell is Jeffrey Epstein? I literally just found this guy out like months ago. Benjamin, please read the news. You'll find out. He is one of our modern monsters. But yeah, go ahead, do your research on them. This stream is always going to be up, and then you can, once you know who the guy is and what he's done, you can watch this afterwards. Okay. This is inferior Russian writing. GAPNH. I think that's in what do they call it over there? Cyrillic or something like that. Oh, hang on. That's 200. I want to go to 100. Okay, that's not good. Let's go with 100. Okay. Second floor. That is censored. That's fine. Infrastructure, instructions, Amorex. Yep, this is 102. Okay, that's good. I thought it was basically bouncing me to 160 with the tabs, because there's only, there's not 100 tabs on here. So that's fine. That's I want to get them done in order. Nothing in here. Yeah, crucifix. Bit inappropriate to have that. J. Well, I mean, my kitchen's bigger than this, to be fair. What does that say? Oh, nope, that's too far in. Cruise shark or something like that. I don't know. I'm sure, like, if you're in America, you probably know the brand off by hand, and you'll be like, what the hell is he doing? But yeah, that's what I can read. J, again, nothing else readable here. These are illegible. I know if I zoom in, they're going to be pixelated. Nothing to read there. There will be something to read at some point. K, there you go. But a little bit more than that. We did have something earlier. I want to go through all of this and get the documents to make sure I miss absolutely nothing out. Okay. An outdoor beach table and chairs indoors. What will they think of next? Same angle. K. It's the same fucking thing. Oh, okay. Okay. That. L. There we go. Something to read. Okay, in a library. There may be more things I can read there. Steinway and Sons on the piano. Lots of books. I hope we get some closer shots, because there is no way if I zoom in I'm going to be able to read that. That's the clearest to me, and I can't make that out. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, I have attempted to zoom in on specific details before. That says 22. At least it looks like. I've tried to zoom in on details, but like these are low def photos, so I can't see the specific wording or the numbers, for example. So I have tried. Benjamin, you're 15. You probably would have been this target. That's true. Well, yeah. But it's good. It's good at your age as well to read the news and catch up. You don't need to go into any explicit details with that, but just so you know. Okay. Nothing else to read there. Okay. That's a weird photo again. Yeah, it does say a lot about this guy, to be honest. Yeah, more tacky stuff. Yeah, books, except if I zoom in on them, I think... Nope. Fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, he's all pixelated as fuck. Can't read them. And even if I back out a little bit, it's... Yeah. Yeah, very, very hard to see. Despite my best efforts. Alright, next one. Another fucking angle of the same room. Nothing to read there. I mean, that looks like it says 22 as the only thing I can actually read. But it's probably just part of the art, really. Can I zoom in on any of this? I mean... No, I've seen this kind of stuff before. Like, a lot of these ones here, like books that look exactly the same with illegible titles or whatnot. Sometimes they can just be decorative pieces, because you can get, like, these plastic things online that look like a row, like that, and all of them, like, have book spines, and you can put it in, but they're not actually books. It's literally just the old spines, just to make a shelf look pretty, I think. I mean, I've not necessarily done it there. I mean, at the moment, you can see... I've got, yeah, birthday card. My neighbour got me a Christmas card. I have no idea why. I mean, yeah, it is weird. I mean, I'm surprised he actually spelled my name correctly as well. But yeah, play button. I've got my Remembrance Service Poppy on there as well. I'm not binning it. I think it belongs there. But yeah, I've just got, you know, a few of my favourite books there. That's all the decoration I need. Right, next one. Okay. Again, nothing to read here. There's books and stuff, but he's not focusing on them. I can at least read the titles. M. There we go. Let me zoom it out of these a little bit so you can see a little bit better. Okay, another bathroom. No, nothing to read there. Is that... I don't know. Is that his island? Maybe someone in the chat can confirm that. But yeah, that could be his island. I'm not sure. Again, nothing to read there. Okay. Palm Beach. Maybe views from his island. Maybe generic photos. I don't know. Okay, right. What have we got to read here? Robert... Heim. Or Robert Home? Right, the first word definitely says Robert. I'm not sure what this word says. I believe it begins with an H. Or Robert Klein? Robert Klein, maybe. Yeah. Could be an H or it could be a K and an L. Yeah, very strange. Okay. Again, a dead room. Nothing there. Okay, closer up. Maybe... Close up, maybe I can look at a few of these spines. God damn, it's pixelated as fuck! Like, I haven't fucked around with the photos. This is literally what I got from the website. Yeah. Very, very difficult to see what it is. I'm going to say that's illegible, and I'm going to have to move on. Sorry about that. And I've got my glasses on as well. I know how to read. But yeah, it's very, very annoying. Jesus. This same thing keeps coming up, and it's, you know... Yeah, like someone trying to escape or something like that. It gives that imagery, and considering the subject matter, I find it very disturbing. Yep, same again. Nothing to read there. So, well, lots more about Bill Clinton coming out. Are you making a comment about the weird ass picture of him we saw right at the start, or are more Epstein files being released right now as I do this? Because I'll do them too. if I somehow make it through this one. I mean, Yeah, 133. Yeah, I'm not even 5% of the way. I don't even. Am I 5% of the way? Nah, it doesn't matter. Okay, well, regardless, it's the same corridor, but I can't read those books. Yes, okay. Wait, somewhere. Okay, I knew something of science. That immediately jumps out. This one says the men in your life. Okay. Lighting isn't good either. Is there a way to rotate this, actually? It would be so much better than me turning my fucking head. Okay. I can rotate it. Right. Marcia Clark. That's an author of this one. Something Bible. Memo. Let's see if I can go in a bit more. Yeah, I can go in a little bit more, but the trouble is it's pixelated as hell, so it's sort of an advantage and a disadvantage as well, because it's still, the words are still illegible. Ion caveat? Or caveat, maybe? Losing Our Democracy is this book here. Kill Decision? Changes of chances, maybe? Kate Remembered, yeah. Oh, God, this is hard. Fetist, maybe? A Morning Affair. Oh, shitting hell. This is really hard to read. Breaking Castle? Triplets, Metro, Duchamp, The Pen in Exile, Turo. Yeah, some of these are outright legible. It's like the white background and there's like a very, very light brown font. It's very, very difficult to read. Okay. Acts of God, that's one there. Okay, there's this next one here. Evolutionary... What's evolutionary something? No, it pixelates as I zoom in. Lucy's Child. The competitive advantage of nations, I want to say that word is. The Emperor's New something. The Eighth Night of something? These are all blurry. I don't think that's... no, that's not Conan. After something? Yeah, sorry guys. I'm doing the best I can here. Lucy's Child, I mentioned that one. Something Chances Every Time. Idiot's Reflexology, Crystal Vision. These basically look like just normal table books, just for guests, rather than something you'd actually pick up and read. Because there's some self-help ones here. Maybe philosophical, something like that. But the rest says trends on the contemporary world. The New Unites. Frames of Mend. Dummy's Guide to Ballet. Yeah. Bone Wars. Sue Griffith's Airsis for Silence. Jewish Thought. Deborah Butterfield. Yoga for Men. Stretching. Okay. That's not disturbing at all. USA something. And that's all I can read. Okay. Well, that's all I can read from that bookcase, but it's very, very pixelated. Right, next one. Oh, joy, we got more. Well, these ones I can actually read a little bit better. Yeah, and they're different books as well. Alright, let's rotate. Okay. The Good Woman. Says there. Oh god, some of these are upside down as well. Well, then again, I've turned it around. Bonab, Libraries. Childhood and Society is this one. The Sweat of Thy something. Okay, some of these are ancient. Remember Me. There's this one. The Great Shoots. Finding Jefferson. Is this one. Clive Clisler, Treasure. Oppenheimer is here. The Barnhart Dictionary of the New English since 1963. Okay. Locksmithing? That's what that says. Catalogue of Tomorrow. The Omit Word. I heard a cat squeak in the background. Well, they got their stuff out as well, but they might come in and see us. Hey, Dexter. Okay. I and Brian. Marcia Clark. Bathrooms. The Illustrated Golden Bough. Chinese Calligraphy. The Female Brain. Titan. Dragon. Well, this is Trump. That's the art of the. It might be the art of the deal. That looks like a C there, though. Duchamp, Iron Caveat, and those are books from the last one. Okay, so I think it was actually worth looking at that, although for disturbing reasons. Books talking about the female mind, ballet, that kind of stuff. Yeah, considering the subject matter at hand, it has a disturbing spin on it. Okay, now this is the last of the books, I think. Let's turn this around. Alright. Baroque, that's a genre of music, I believe. The Royal Palaces of Spain. Ice Ages. Eat the Rich. He's got Eat the Rich. And he is literally the rich. Well. United States of America. That's the name of the book. Ice Ages. How do they do that? Or how did they do that? Could be a magic book. Could be like talking about historical figures. Images of Science. Oh, some of these are hard to read. Ethnic Interiors. Karavagit. Some kind of philosophy book here. The Big Board. Yeah, some of these titles are really minuscule. I can't see them. Childhood and Society. Yeah, I saw that one before. The Great Shoots, Finding Jefferson. I've seen these before as well. Oppenheimer as well. Titan, Marcia Clark. The Santa Claus Killer, I think? That says. Well, regardless, we're done with that one. Okay. N. Okay, bathroom again. Picture, phone. Yep, there's that. Jesus Christ. Well, that's not explicit. I thought that was Trump for a second. That's a bit unsavory. Einstein. Hang on. The Modern Poetic Sequence, I think, is that book there. Okay, nothing readable there. Oh. Okay, some books on the table. Can't read the title from there. Okay, we got some more photos blanked out. Possibly acquaintances of Epstein or something like that. Oh, hang on. Yep, Epstein is in this one. And this one is redacted. This is redacted here. These two are redacted here as well. What the fuck is that? Okay, nothing readable here. Like, at the moment I'm just describing everything. I want to read things. That's literally why I exist. Okay, can I get that? No, pixelated. Okay, lots of photos. Not sure if that's a dog or a stuffed animal. Well, maybe both. What do we got here? Can't make that out. Alright, that's a stuffed tiger. At least I'm pretty sure it's not a pet. Okay, what do we got here? Poisson? I think that's French for fish. I think. I don't speak French. I haven't done French in years, but poisson I think is fish. Chagall. Michelangelo, yep. Degas and Gur. Art books, maybe? I don't know. I'm not gonna do the kind of research on stream, because considering I think I am about 5% of the way now. All right, there's a picture. There's another picture and a set of stairs. The exact same set of stairs. We're going for the stairs again, really? Yep, looks like it. Third floor. There we go. That's something to read. Third floor. Instructions. Amren. 2018. 24-hour video surveillance. Well, at least they censored that. Thank you. I really don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. Police department. Yeah, very much so. Okay, well, it looks like they're censoring the profanity or the, you know, the lewd stuff, which is good. Like I would need to do like a Patreon segment or something. I would need to come up with a character for that. P. Okay, yep. Enough with the lewd bloody photos. Fortunately, since nothing is actually shown in that, yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah, there's nothing to read in there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Bathroom, nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nope, it's not nude, it's just a guy lying back with a red collar smiling. Pretty sure it's not Bill Clinton because he's got black hair. Okay, nothing there. Now, I should say, if you hear the little squeaks in the background, don't worry, my kittens are absolutely fine. That's basically how they communicate. They squeak. They don't really meow. I think they're too young to meow. I think I heard Dexter meow once when I accidentally locked him in one of the bathrooms. He was just following right behind me and I didn't even notice. But yeah, they squeak to communicate with each other. They don't squeak because they're in pain. I'll point that out now. They're just, you know, they're wandering through the house. You might even catch them in the bottom there by the door, which I've shut a little bit because of the light. But if they come in here, I will see if I can pick them up and show them. But they don't like being picked up right now. Nothing readable there. Q. And nothing readable there apart from that. Nothing readable there. This looks like a barber's chair. Yeah. Okay, so maybe a private barber or something. Jesus. Oh no, it could be a study. But yeah, it does remind me of a barber's chair. Nothing there. Ah! Ah! Okay, nothing there. It's basically just weird-ass art. Okay, plastic sheets. Some kind of sink or altar or something. Ah, there we go. S. Okay, nothing to read there. No, that's not readable. That's like a little jewelry box or something. I thought that was words. Nothing to read there. 9 p.m. And that's Epstein. That's somebody else. Jesus Christ. Thank goodness they've edited out the bloody nudity, because I do not want to get in trouble. Right, there's a yawning cat. Okay, there we go. Okay, renovation work done. T. Well, actually, oh, hang on. C1025, A1035, C1225, A1225, C1425, A1425, quantity 1, 4, circled 6. There we go, something to read. Oh, hang on, what does it say there? Prem something. K-Pro something. There we go. I don't have a problem, I swear. Alright, nothing to read there. T, it says there. Premiere, something on the ladder. Nothing to read there. Christ almighty, what is up with these photos? That looks like Epstein Island. Nothing to read there. Oh, we've seen this. We saw this at the start, actually. 6APHH. Yeah, that's in the Russian alphabet. So nothing to read there. And the same again. There's nothing to read there. Okay, right, let's get another 100 up or something. Oh, yeah, we're getting there. We'll get there. I'll see if I can do it tonight. We'll see. I'm at 200, I believe. Yeah. Yes, and you guys are very quiet in the chat. It's basically just stunned silence. I'm really hoping I can actually get access to documents rather than just looking at pictures. We haven't even gotten into any of the redacted stuff yet, so yeah. We're just going to power on and hopefully I will get to some of the meaty stuff. But I just want to make sure I don't leave anything out. Okay, jolly good. Let's go to 200. Let's get rid of that. And I should be on, yep, 201. Alright, nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. You. Well, they've run out of letters at this point. Okay. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Give me something to read. Nothing to read there. V. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. It's the same fucking room. Okay, I will describe it. Curtains that not even my granddad would want. Japanese bamboo tile floor, maybe. An impractical chair in the bed. And a chandelier right above the chair. Yeah. There's... pretty tacky, really. Okay, new corridor. I want to say new house, to be honest, considering the architecture. Nothing to read there. Nothing I can read here, is that? Could these be victims? Possibly. Yeah, I would blank them out if I were you, US Department. We've seen... oh, no, we've seen this one before. The graffiti over there. Ah. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's Epstein. And he's got a kid on his shoulders. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. It's a fucking flight of stairs. Why are you taking photos of the same fucking flight of stairs? There we go. 4th floor. Okay. Well, it's not the same flight of stairs. Maybe they had to go up a little bit more. Who knows? Flint, getting your ass kicked in War Thunder. Well, as long as you don't reveal any state secrets playing that game, I'm sure things will get better. Got to play Helldivers again at some point. I think definitely in the new year I want to stream a little bit more. I want to stream things that aren't me reading grim shit like this. Anyway, that says 4th floor. There you go, something to read. 24-hour video surveillance. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. I think that's the same bookcases as we saw earlier. W. Another fucking bathroom, but nothing to read. Nothing to read there. More sussy pictures that fortunately aren't explicit. I think the US Department they're releasing like everything PG. So if they're censoring that kind of stuff, fine. I'm absolutely fine with that, especially when I'm reading the fucking thing. Oh, what does that say? European whole goose. That's a pillow of some kind, I think. There we go. I could read that. It's not pixelated, not too pixelated. Okay, dressing gowns and stuff. My dressing gown is better. I might put it on depending on how long the stream goes. At the moment, I've got my shirt and a cardigan. Okay, another bedroom with nothing to read. Nothing to read there. More shitty art. Same again. Nothing to read there. X! There we go. Nothing to read there. Give me some fucking documents! Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Again, so many... I mean, half of this so far has just been bathrooms and stairs. Nothing to read there. Okay, pillows and stuff. Nothing to read. Give me something to read, for fuck's sake. Okay, nothing to read there. Yeah, I should probably stop swearing, because I do want this monetized. I do want to give money to charity. But I do normally swear a lot, to be honest. Okay, nothing to read there. No books at the bedside table. Oh no, we got some books here. So maybe we can read them. Nope, nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Okay, books on the table. Can't seem to find them. Okay, so what I'm going to do after this, after the stream, is I'm going to put timestamps, because it's going to involve a lot of skipping over some of this shit. I really want to get to the meat of it. Or at the very least, like, a clip or, like, a segment can be taken out and put up as a separate video. So yeah, we'll do that. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Oh, caught you in the flash in the mirror. Oh, hang on. We got stuff to read. Let's see if I can actually read this. Men of Ideas. That's what that says. I can't necessarily read. Oh, Beethoven is over there. Okay, good. That's what we can read. It's very difficult to see at an angle, but yeah, there we go. Alright. Okay, a fucking boiler. Can't zoom in on the instructions. That looks like blood. It looks like blood, but then again, it's next to a pipe. It could be something innocent, but it does look like blood. Can't read that either. That's illegible. Yep, still illegible. Ah, drain. Drain. That's what that says. And that says drain too, I'm sure. Drain. 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 I mean, I did say I'd read the entire fucking thing. That's what I'm doing. Why? Well, at least the stuff that is readable. Oh! I've just seen the chat. So the cat said that member of Russian nobility. Wait, you mean like Boya? It's translated as master in online translations. I guess it's a case of mistranslation. That's brilliant. Thank you very much for confirming that. Yeah, I know the it's strange the Slavic alphabet is like it's similar looking letters to us, but it sounds different. It's strange. Why? Cybex? Ah, home gym. I hear my cats squeaking in the background. They should be fine. They'll probably come in here at some point because they like to actually come here and sit while I'm reading. Okay, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Give me something to read. I had something to read earlier. Oh, hang on. TKO. TKO. Title. Title. Okay, boxing sets. That's stuff to read. TKO. TKO. Title. And that's illegible, but I know it says title. Oh, hang on. Everlast. 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 Polo Sport. Polo Sport. Everlast. Everlast. You know, people... If random ass people come into this video, they see me reading the backs of shoes, they're going to wonder what the fuck's going on. Okay. Everlast, 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 Everlast. Polo Sport, Everlast, Everlast. And what are these ones? Ah, blank. Everlast, 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 Everlast. Earth. Yeah, that reminds me of that. It's been a while since I've done that one, but that sticks out. An entire fucking paragraph of me saying Earth. Jesus, that was not fun. Oh, hang on. A blast, maybe? I don't know. Not sure what that says, but trouble is if I zoom in, it pixelates, and I can't really read it. TKO. Fitness and exercise, multifunctional. Something, 5.5 kilograms. Lightweight. Okay, next one. Z. A-A-I, I think. I don't know. I'm usually well acquainted with fitness equipment. I'm sure you can tell. Anyway, Cybex. Good, that's something I could read. I want to read more than just fucking brands and stuff. Give me some documents I can read. Right, there's Cybex again. Can't read that. True. And nothing else to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. As I say, well, I'm sure we'll get to the meaty stuff at some point. Just not there. Got nothing to read. Nothing to read. Sussy as hell art. Nope. Nothing to read unless we go here. That's pixelated. I think this second word says gel, I want to say. Hand wraps, I think that says. So this is all like fitness or MMA equipment, I think. I think the first one is towels, maybe? But yeah, you can see what it's like. It pixelates as soon as I go in, so I can't read it at all. That's unreadable. RIN. You guys alright? Come on in and say hi. No, I can hear some squeaking, so presumably one is trying to find the other. But they're never normally too far apart. Evergel, I think that says. You can't read this though. Like it's directly pointed at the thing. These FBI cameras are shit. Okay, nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Yeah, sorry. Hopefully we'll get to the meat of this at some point. Another flight of stairs. 5th floor? Yeah, 5th floor, I think. 5th floor, confirmed. Instructions, customer. Daughters LIP, 9E, J second. Second mover, 3M, 11, 12. Yeah. I think that's just basically, like, instructions of when you gotta change it or something. 24-hour video surveillance. Yeah, I bet. Nothing to read there. Guys, come on in. They're alright. I think they're just trying to look for each other. At the moment, when I left them, they were basically sat on my bed. So yeah, they've got that. They've got all the food they could want downstairs. And yeah, they're probably just finding each other or playing around. Yeah, I know what they're doing. They're playing with my blinds. I'm not sure if the sound is picking up. So like, it'll probably sound like I'm talking to myself, but I can hear like the clattering of what they're doing in the background. Okay, nothing to read there. AA. Oh great, we've run out of letters. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. You know, I wish this was just like not done as photos, but just like a PNG or something, so I could literally just click the arrow every time. I could just like speed through these. Nothing to read there. BB. Search personnel name, agency. Yeah, these are pixelated as fuck. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. All of these are just photos. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. There we go. Fuck, it pixelates even that? It's really annoying. But yeah, this is basically my problem. Okay, nothing to read there. Bed, nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. And nothing to read there. Alright, let's get some more. So, in this subfolder, there's 1,000. So yeah, we're making our way slowly but surely. I'm sure my cats will come in at some point. They won't let me pick them up though. Anyway, while that's loading up, okay, 17 viewers. Wow, we're really growing, especially because I didn't make a big announcement of this stream beforehand, so it's good to see there's many people. And I don't normally stream either, so yeah, we're definitely getting some traction. Welcome everybody. At the moment, I'm trying to find suitable things to read, but I don't want to skip anything, or I don't want to miss anything out. We did find some, like, a list of staff names earlier, which I went through. At the moment, we're just going through photos, and if there's nothing I can read, we're just going to move on, but I will acknowledge the photo, if that makes sense. Because when I say I'm going to do this entire thing, or read the entire thing, I mean it. Right, okay, that's a very bare room. Nothing to read there, although that's 400. I actually want to go to 301. CC. Yeah, if I can read it, I will read it. CC. And yeah, we're carrying on from 302. Nothing I can read here. Can't read that. It's really annoying how it pixelates every time I zoom in. CC again. Beavers, I think that says. Yep. My cats are playing with the blinds. Guys, stop. Oh, God. CC. Yeah, I had to hide the Christmas presents from them as well, because they were... I think they would have torn them to shreds had I not. DD. Okay, nothing to read here. DD is up here again. Nothing to read here. DD. Give me a fucking document, please. Okay, nothing to read here. Hang on. Can I... fucking low-def photos. Okay, nothing to read there. Another bathroom. This guy has a lot of bathrooms. It's ridiculous. Well, had a lot of bathrooms, we should say. Okay. Nothing to read there. EE. Come on, give me a document to read. Okay, shoes. There's not even brands on the back. I can't read those. Okay, we got stuff. Yeah, but you see my problem. We got stuff to read, and yet it's so out of focus. Yeah, you see my problem. I try to bring it into a readable format, and it's not coming up. So I am trying my best. I mean, if I would have a guess of the language, it's obviously relating to laundry. Yeah. That's really annoying, though. Nothing to read here. Bunch of suitcases. What does that say? Can't fucking tell. Okay, well, we had legible documents earlier. But, yeah. It's really annoying. I know these are like little things, but I want to be thorough. I don't want some smartos to say, "Oh no, you didn't read the back of the trainers then." Yeah, can't have that. Okay. Oh, again, nothing to read it. Is just a laundry room, really. I want to think we're close to the end of the physical evidence, though. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. FF. Jesus. You know, if you're this rich and powerful, can you at least make the place look a bit better than this? Like, this is just... ugh. It just screams like tacky 60s kind of thing. FF. Okay, what do we got here? What the fuck is that? Is that a printer? That's the biggest printer I've ever seen. Well, I know it's a printer. It says Epson. Yeah, just for scale, there's that. And then there's this printer. I think this is a printer and a photocopier. What the fuck would you print using this? Like... How would you even get the paper for this? Like... What the fuck is this thing? Like... Unless it's like a massive like industrial shredder, which would make sense considering like who this was, I should say. Okay, that's wild. Two little photos up here as well, but they're illegible. Can someone look into what the fuck this thing is? Because look, it's bigger than the desk. What the fuck? Now, I know someone's saying in the chat, Trump's delightful secrets. He hasn't popped up yet, if indeed he does. I'm not making this a partisan thing. I'm just reading the thing. Bill Clinton has shown up in a very, very strange way. It was a painting of him staring at the camera in a dress with red heels. Very, very weird. But someone's got to look into what the fuck this thing is, please. I really want to know. Banner printer. What kind of banner? It's like free plane ride to an island. You know, why would you have it? Why? It's so insane. Anyway, next one. I'm stalling. Okay, that's an open book, but it does look like a picture book. Now, let's see what these... For fuck's sake! Why are they so fucking pixelated? Like, my phone could do better than this. I mean, how my granddad could take a better photo than this. And he's fucking 99. Come on, FBI or whichever three-letter agency you are. Do better. I need to be able to read this. Okay, a bit closer. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I can't even make any words at this angle. No. Too pixelated. And here we don't even have anything to read. Nothing to read here. Oh, hang on. Is this readable? No. You'd think you'd try and zoom in a little bit better. Or at least make sure something's clear. Like in court, especially with a case like this, every little detail matters. You know, the books earlier, for example, we saw books on ballet and, you know, disturbing things that little girls like to do. That's a detail. But even then, I had to rotate the image and zoom in really fucking far to see it. So yeah, could be better, I think, this release. But, you know, it's not necessarily the fault of the Justice Department, it's the fault of the agents on the scene. But obviously they'll be physically on the scene as well, and they'll be able to clarify. But as for the photos, yeah, they're not great photos. They're really not. And especially what they're taking a photo of. I mean, okay. Several towels, toilet. Maybe this is a massage area. Because I know in the last lot of the Epstein files, there was a big thing about massages. And that was their, I think, like little cover that they were using. They mentioned massages a lot. Okay, a large format printer, an industrial printer used by advertising companies. Yeah. But the thing is, Epstein, he wasn't an advertising man. He was, like, I think it was background in finance, I think. He was a financier, I think. But yeah, it's curious what he was actually using that for, to be honest. I mean, you know, rich and powerful, they sometimes have fundraisers, NGOs, that kind of stuff. It could be for something like that. But, yeah. But Epstein, when he was alive and when he was doing this kind of stuff, he wasn't in the limelight. He was hobnobbing with the rich and powerful, but he wasn't, like, the flashy, showy kind of guy, if that makes sense. Could be one of his companions or conspirators, like I mean, Maxwell, for example, she was a socialite. And indeed, her father was a crook as well. But I mean, it sounds like the kind of thing she'd do. But I don't know. But obviously, it's a very, very curious detail that I think it bears worth like examining a little bit more. But yeah. Anyway, you've been staring at a photo of a bath with fucking towels for 5 minutes. Let's move on. Nothing to read there. Okay, a shower. Yeah. I mean, I thought there was like a Turkish steam bath or something that would fit in with the whole massage thing. Okay, nothing to read here. Yeah. Okay, GG. Yeah, GG. Well played indeed. Nothing to read here apart from that. Okay, stuff to read. Is it in focus? Fuck no, it is not. Okay, shitting hell. I'm really trying. If anyone's able to download these on their own and unscramble them or something, that'd be great. But no, these are the PDFs as are. Yeah, they're not showing. We've got some censored names in here, but they're really blanked. I mean, what? This is a paint job, I think. That's very strange. Some kind of censor job is done here, but they're not using the black box. It's like they've gone in with fucking paint or something. Same with this one. Yeah, that's not part of the natural image. Whose grandma in the Department of Justice is using paint to basically brush this in? I don't know. Although then again, I shouldn't be complaining because my thumbnails aren't the best either. Yeah, but these are very, very hard to see. Oh, it's really irritating. I really want to focus as well because I think these all look like files, and files of specific people possibly as well. On the side here, what do we got here? Oh, fucking cunt! Ah! Yeah, that's very, very difficult to read, if at all. We could read stuff in documents earlier, so it could be this is like some kind of willful job on behalf of the of law enforcement to pixelate it a little bit or make it very, very difficult to see who's on it, who's in the files, essentially. Very, very annoying. And again, here, these labels are tiny. This one says office supplies, but even then that's barely readable. This one you can't focus in. And these ones you can't focus in either. They're tiny labels, but the moment when you zoom in, it will not let you see. I mean, can anyone make out what's going on here? I don't think so. Yeah, it's very annoying. Okay, we got something here. Magazines. Paris, I think. Yeah, mentions of Paris a lot. Zorro. I don't know what Zorro is. Okay. Photos of J.E. I was originally going to say there was photos of Jen, but J.E. could also be Jeffrey Epstein. I think, yeah, this word here is the same word in both. It could be photos. Paris, LM, PB. Magazine, Zorro. Oh, what's that say? B. Yeah, these ones you can't necessarily see either. Okay, that's better, I think. Selena Faros, I think? J.E. Awards. So, okay, that's Epstein's awards. What's he actually won awards for? Back before this whole thing blew open. That'll be curious to know. Art and furniture purchases, okay. Office supplies again. Those two labels are off. Yeah, those two don't have labels. They haven't been censored. These ones you can't see. Zorro's been mentioned a lot. I think P or something. I think that's a P rather than a J. That's hard to see. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, some sorts of documents here. I want to see what's inside the bloody boxes rather than the boxes themselves, though. So let's see what we're dealing with. Okay, we're dealing with more boxes. Jolly good. Okay, Paris 1, Paris 2. We've got that here. That's a... Yeah. So obviously they go to Paris a lot. We're seeing the names here. JB, LM, I think. Paris, Paris. PB. Zorro. I'd be curious to know what Zorro is with regards to these files. I just want to make sure. I want to move my chair forward because sometimes the cats like to go under my chair, and it's a chair with rollers, and they don't know that if I move around, it's going to smush them. Yeah, that's not good for kitties. Okay, nothing to read there. Yeah, so interesting. There's obviously like some kind of documents in there, but you can't see them. Nothing to see there either. Nothing to see there. Some kind of schedule on here. If it's similar to the ones earlier, that's basically like a staff schedule. And we did see a staff schedule earlier, like right at the start. Nothing to see there. More stairs! This is the same fucking building. 6th floor! How big is this guy's fucking house? Jesus! Ugh. 6th floor. 24-hour video surveillance. Oh, hang on. Is this a rooftop garden? Okay. What are we dealing with? Professional potting. Trusted by professional growers. Farfard. All-purpose blend. Well, normally when I talk about an all-purpose blend, I normally mean coffee. I should probably have drunk some before I'm doing this, but, you know, a bit too late for that. Alright, what are we dealing with here? Yeah, Farfard. That's dealing with the same. Trusted by professional growers. Trusted by professional growers. Same brand, different things. But apart from that, that's what we got. I can't read this tiny text here. That's too pixelated and too out of focus. Okay, nothing to see here either. Yep, that's grim. But nothing to see there either. Look like bloodstains, but it could be rust. HH. Okay. Heating water slip. There we go. That's something to read there. UIL says that, but I don't know what the hell else it says. EF -1. You see, that's a tiny label, and that's in focus. You can see that. There you go. That's easily readable. But the actual juicy stuff, can't see it at all. They might be... It could be doctored a little bit, I think. It's entirely possible. Or indeed, it's just, you know, the photographer didn't really focus it on it or anything. But yeah. It's very, very curious how I'm able to focus in and see that rather than like some of the labels on the files. So it's very, very annoying. Can't read anything on there. Nope, can't read those instructions. Well, I think there are words on there. I can't read them for the life of me. Oh god, 20 viewers. Oh, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Not my usual entertaining content, I'm sure. But hopefully entertaining enough. Well, even despite the subject matter, obviously. Okay, heating water sup, or slip. Oh no, it's heating water sup. Heating water sup, heating water sup, heating water sup, heating water sup, heating water sup. There you go, I read everything on the photo. Oh, hang on. Access door, there we go. Reeves, that's also something. There you go. There are readable things, even though it's something out of a fucking horror game. There we go. Heating water sup, 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 heating water sup. I read everything, damn it. AG free. Fucking hell! I know we got some tradespeople that watch the channel. That's a welding job and a half, isn't it? Oh dear, what the fuck? I mean, either that's literally being struck by Zeus himself, or yeah, someone's really, really done a hash of that welding. Anyway, nothing to read there. FedEx. Apart from that, oh, hang on. I want to think that says MISC. Fuck. BST? Maybe? Could be abbreviations. I think that says Zorro. We keep getting Zorro. I don't know what Zorro stands for. Delwood. There we go. Okay. Right. Nothing to see there. Let's go. What am I on? 354. I might actually be 10% of the way. Well, 10% of the way with part 1 of 7. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we go. Zorro, Misk. Oh, hang on, that's better. El Brillo. El Brillo, that's what it says. I think that might be what it says on some of the other things as well. I want to know what Zorro actually means for the Epstein stuff. It's probably around somewhere. It might be publicly available information. I might even catch on, later during this video. But I want to know what Zorro means. These are weird code names. It could just be like a member of staff or something. El Brillo, that would... I mean, we got a few Mexicans I know that watch the channel. So El Brillo, it'll be interesting to know what these stand for. Zorro is obviously, you think of the folk hero Zorro. But it could also mean something else. Bear in mind, none of these guys are Mexican. So it could just mean something else. Mexican or Spanish, of course. I mean, I say Mexican because it's in that part of the world. Spanish people do exist as well, of course. That says power. Well, power. I'm assuming that says power on that cardboard box. But apart from that, it's, looks like a random storeroom. Okay. Looks like they robbed an IKEA. Why do they have so many fucking rugs? Well, I mean, I could do with a few of them, considering my cats like to stick their claws in my carpet. 0519-1, it says there. That's a tape measure. I can't... I even if I wanted to read the numbers on that, I can't, because it's pixelated as fuck. Okay, PB6, Sec 1, PB6 Sec 2, I think. Sec stands for section, obviously. Can't necessarily see, that's very, very dark. Can't see what it says on there. Apart from that, nothing to read here. Okay, things to read. Sunlight. Not sure what that says. Phillips. Can't read that. Lightmaster. Psychoglore. 611U. Don't know what the fuck that is. Elko lighting. Something light, says this label. It's very useful how he labels everything. It's not useful how the FBI agent apparently doesn't want to zoom in on those bloody labels. It's really annoying. Okay. Not sure what this large word says, but obviously that's lamp. Lamp. Yeah, I don't want to try and guess and speculate as to what it is. Could just be like a little tea lamp or something that you light with a lighter. Who knows? Oh, yeah, we got these two here. So both of these say L9A19015441K. That's both boxes. Phillips. Okay, 13-pack of something. Is pixelated... Oh, God. Part of a multi-pack 12-pack. Why can I read that but not this? It's really annoying. Anyway. US lock. US 2010 series lock set. Grade 2. And the same one here. There we go. I could actually read some of the things. I can actually read some stuff here, but it's fucking DIY equipment. Give me some documents. I want the list. Now I know there is a list and there's a flight logs later on the Department of Justice website. We'll get to that eventually. Phillips. Yep, and US lock. US 2010 series lock set grade 2. Same again. Phillips. I can read Phillips. I know that brand. Alright, what else? Okay. Nothing really there. Can't necessarily read that. Can I read this? SOS 11. I think that says. But apart from that, is illegible for me. 11. Fuck it. We're going on to numbers now. We screw the alphabet. Unless, of course, that's II. And everything else on that is pixelated, so I can't read it. Okay, that's nothing to read there, nothing to read there. It's a blank fucking room. Why'd you get a house this size if you can't even fill it out? Yeah, more pixelated blue stuff, so thank you, Department of Justice, for covering my ass on YouTube. Yeah, another bar across, in the loo. How many toilets does this guy have? This has got to be like the 20th toilet so far. And then every time they go into the toilet, they take like 20 images of it. Nothing to read there. Another kitchen. Okay. That's the kitchen. Okay, that's some kind of living room. Anything to read? Yeah. Blank. So these are obviously likely public people. I mean, I want to say these are possibly conspirators rather than necessarily victims. It's possible, it could possibly be both, but the rationale is, like, why would you have this out in the open if it was a victim? Because that would be an instant smoking gun. But then again, obviously, this guy's been caught. It did take a while. As for that, some kind of woman, I think. With the hair. Possible earring there. Not sure who that is. But what I do know is there is nothing to read here. Yep. I was right. It's a woman of some kind. What does that say? Nah, it's pixelated. I can't read. I mean, if they're going to release these as PDFs, you would think there'll be some documents and more papers and stuff to read than just photos. But, yeah. We'll see. Nothing to see there. Nothing to read. Well, plenty to see. Nothing to read. My focus is on the reading stuff. I'm Net Narrator. I'm meant to be reading things. Well, a nice plant, at least. And is that a swimming pool? Well, I guess we'll find out. Okay, like an outside balcony. Oh, so it's not a swimming pool, it's basically a painted balcony. But yeah, nice flowers and stuff. Okay, it's a private balcony. I did think it was a swimming pool. But there is nothing readable here. So I'll move on. Ah, fucking hell. They just had a balcony. Why is there another set of stairs? Let me guess. What are we on next? Roof level. Okay. Last level of the house. Roof level. We had like 6 floors beforehand, I think. So now it's roof level. What does that say? That's unreadable. These are unreadable. At least we can read roof level, but the pixelated photos are really annoying. Okay. It's a door. Big whoop. Why take a photo of that? Okay. What does this say? Is that a tissue box? SWII or Swift Action, maybe? I don't know. It looks like a cleaning product of some kind. And it's the same color scheme as here. So I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to see what that is. Okay. Stairs again. Stairs again. Fire extinguisher. Can't read anything on the label. Yeah, we are so bored trying to look for things to read. I'm literally reading labels and book titles and stuff. Like, yeah. I mean, I might as well play the part, right? Ah, cellar. Okay, they've got a cellar as well. So we're not going onto the roof. We decided to go to the bottom of the stairs now. Okay, what's... Dare I ask, what is in the cellar of Jeffrey fucking Epstein? JJ. Okay. Plenty of water. Did he have a doomsday bunker? A big-ass kitchen. Okay. Possibly servants' area for the kitchens. Nothing to read. Garland. That's what that says. Yahtzee, I think it says there. Can't tell what that label says. Yeah, that's the only readable stuff in this picture. Okay. That says Yahtzee again. Nothing else to read. Big ass fridges though. But yeah, this is important to note that this is like a mansion in New York, I believe. I mean, some of these fridges and all that, I would understand like somebody out in the country hunting deer or boar or something would want that. And indeed, I think I've seen photos online of just, you know, on the appliance store, and the sign basically says 1 deer, 2 deer, 3 deer next to all the fridges. Very useful, I'm sure. Unfortunately, my yuppie ass does not know of that experience, although many people that watch the channel do that kind of stuff. And I think that's awesome. Definitely got to go to America at some point. Okay, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Well, sorry. I'll rephrase that. Nothing to read here. There's plenty to see here. KK. Okay, nothing to read here. Most of this looks bare and empty, to be honest. KK again. Okay, nothing to read here. Although the blocked door was a bit wild. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. And nothing to read here. God damn it, I want something to read. Well, let's look at the next lot and see if that happens. Okay. So after we do this lot, we'll be halfway through the first folder of 4 folders of the first part. So yeah, we are in here for the long haul. There we go. 500. I'll open that. How is everybody doing in chat? Have I lost my sanity yet? If nothing else, it's amusing to have me curse in the background while reading. Yeah, we're getting a lot of that because I want to see the juicy stuff. I'm here to read stuff. I'm not here to play Phoenix Wright or whatever. Curse in the background, yeah, I do swear a lot. Part of my life, really. Sign up, canines are just as smart as cats when it comes to chairs with rollers. I'm sure they are. I might be getting a dog at some point, but that's contingent on my current 2 kittens. Because my current 2 kittens I've had for just over a month, I think, at this point. Maybe a month and a half now, I want to say. They need to grow, and I'm already starting to see their personalities, and they're great. I think they'll do well with a dog, but I want to get them used to the house, and I want to make sure that it's going to be done right, because I don't want them, like, terrified, you know, running around all over the place and not integrating well with the dog. And if I don't think that can happen, then I'm not getting a dog. But if I think it can happen, you know, I've sort of got an idea to get, like, a dog just to walk. And, well, walk, have fun around the house and that kind of thing. But, you know, I'm sure that'll be another adventure. But certainly I've got plenty on my hands now with my 2 little kittens. But yeah, I've not yet come to the point where I can actually pick one up and have it on my lap. I wanted to do that for my Christmas message for the Christmas Carol, which I did yesterday. Well, I released the video yesterday. I actually had the potential. My Christmas message for that was recent, but I couldn't get the cats on my lap for that. I was going to try and get Clara to do it because she's very affectionate. But anyway, enough about my cats because they haven't even shown up. I can hear them. I know they're still up, but I haven't heard from them yet in a little while. I mean, they might be coming in. They might be coming in here at some point and might be sitting behind me. So I'll keep an eye out for that. Anyway, nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. We're getting a theme here. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. What the fuck is that? More stupid art. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Ooh, is that art? Okay. Well, that looks better compared to what I've seen previously. That looks better compared to what I've seen. Is that Ring Race? Yeah, okay, that's better art. Bar. That's what it says over there. Okay, better art than the sus stuff he had earlier. That's something at least. Ugh. Okay, that's gloomy. This looks like something the fucking Kingpin would have. Ah, there we go. Okay, he turned on the lights. Well done. Okay, that is art, apparently. And nothing to read there, apart from bar. LL. Nothing to read. Hang on. Instructions. I get that, but everything else is pixelated. Presumably, you know... presumably it has something to do with, like, oh, keep your finger off the trigger unless you're ready to fire. You know, the usual rules of firearms, but apply for fire extinguishers. You know, don't put it between your legs and don't try and ride it like a broom, because that's actually an urban legend, that kind of thing. Air clean, air clean. Good. Readable things, even if it's completely pointless. Thorpe Solutions. Miel, LL. Tasty banana. D-Force. It's fucking cleaning products. It's not the Epstein files that I want to see. Def Clean or Deep Clean. Okay. Well, sort of stuff to read there. I want documents though. I want the juicy stuff. Nothing to read here. Nope, that's a Dyson. That says Dyson. That's something to read. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Fucking hell, this is gloomy. Nothing to read here. Yeah, he's got a big house, but he doesn't seem to use this bit. Nothing to read here. Oh, Jesus, what are we dealing with here? 305L, DL2700/26D, 311L, hinges, door hinges? I mean, surely when you're that rich, you can just hire a maintenance guy to fit it. But then again, maybe you don't want him finding the evidence. Roll this way up. Okay. Nothing else I can really read. God damn. Oh. Why can I read stuff on file cabinets but not the actual files? It's... Yeah, maybe we'll get that later on and then we'll start to see the redactions. Because I know... Yeah, I scattered a little bit ahead. I do know, like, there will be some stuff coming, including plenty of redactions, but we'll read what we can and see if we can reason what we know. Nothing to read here. Ugh. Okay. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's just a photo. Okay, that says barrel. There we go. Just some modern art BS, I think. Barrel again. MM. Looks like a laundry room. Okay. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Give me something to read. Hang on. Okay, that says Ray. There we go. Well, Kleenex. And as I zoom in, I can't make out what that says. Hello, Clara. What are you doing? Yeah, sorry. I don't know if that picked up the mic. They just ran up the stairs. They like to do that, and they especially like to do that at 3 in the morning when I'm trying to sleep. Okay, well, not quite what I want to read, but it's something. Okay. Warning. Curiosa. I think that's in Spanish. And warning again. Push to stop ironer. Okay, so they have these signs in Spanish as well as English, I think. I'm pretty sure that's Spanish. I mean, in America, honestly, you would see Spanish as a secondary language in a lot of places anyway, so I would assume that's Spanish, although obviously one of our Spanish or Mexican friends can probably confirm that. I mean, does that look like Spanish to you, if I zoom in a little bit? Yeah, I would say, like, reasonably that is probably Spanish. But, you know, I'll leave it to the actual experts to determine. Alright. Apart from that, nothing to read there. Warning, caution. But yeah. Can you guys read that in chat? Because I certainly can't. It's not just me. But it's all this kind of stuff. This is... Yeah, when you're taking photos of a crime scene, it's got to be as in-depth as possible. And this clearly isn't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just to go along with the physical evidence they already have, which is part of the trial. I don't know. Bear in mind, this is publicly released stuff. Maybe they have, like, the supporting evidence to go with it or something. Or other kind of logs that we're not privy to, but yeah, it's wild. So this is the same area. Push to stop roller iron, I think. But yeah, it's obviously some kind of industrial, like, laundry area, this bit in the basement. I mean, indeed, we got some fabrics up here that's probably all part of that. Barrel. Customer assembly required. Okay. That's IKEA. CB3355927. Emergency exit only. Detect Zello. Okay, I thought that was a picture of a dog or something. No, it's actually a keyhole. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm definitely feeling that insanity if I thought that was a dog. Okay, that's dark. I want to say this says Voss, upside down. Voss, 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 Voss. Apart from that, it's... I can't read any of this. I mean, I wouldn't want to anyway, but, you know, that was in the details. Okay. Ship too near, okay. That's partly covered. 9 East 71st Street, New York, New York. 10021. Attention, Moen de la Cruz. 717-607-0626. Also, don't call anyone on these pictures. I mean, there's probably enough people doing that already. So just don't do that. Don't get me into trouble. Farfard. Okay. Useful lawns. Useful lawns! We haven't seen a lawn. We've seen the front door, and that was on the busy street. And we've seen a balcony as well with, like, a couple of pot plants. So, yeah. Why they have this, I do not know. Natural and organic. I could just flip the image. But yeah, there's something about soil there. But yeah, we've seen that before anyway. NN. Okay, more suitcases and shit. We've seen a lot of suitcases in these photos. Spoilers. Yeah, apparently a lot is blocked out, but if we get to that point, we can potentially work some stuff out if we figure out the length of a word. And we can cross-reference that to what we've actually read before with the previous Epstein files. Because I remember that very... Like, that is burned into my brain, that kind of stuff. Not only that, but I did re-listen to it a little bit. Just to see where I could improve on here from there. Not that I'm sure it's helped. Anyway, Amazon, they've got an Amazon Prime box, obviously. That's obviously Amazon Prime. But, again, can't zoom into the specifics because it's unreadable. Same with this. Not for lack of trying. Okay. Ralph something. Ralph, 3 letters, then R-E-N. That's probably a local dry cleaners or tailors or high-end kind of thing. AV7704. Something Rands. R-A-N-T-Z. Apart from that, nothing to read here. Okay, that says Stanley Security something. Yeah. Stanley something. Stanley something security. Cisco Systems 000. They had to pen in the second 0. Or I guess that would be the letter O in this case. Okay, oh, Fresh Direct. Okay, probably some kind of grocery store. Yeah, Fresh Direct. Werner. What's over here? Again, pixelated as fuck, so I can't read it. Give me some documents. Vorgris? Or Vordra? Well, Valicom, I think that's what that says. Yeah. Bunch of fucking electronics here. Possibly to do with like security rooms and stuff. I mean, this was the... I think this was the residence of Jeffrey Epstein rather than the island specifically. I mean, the island specifically. Maybe that's a separate file. I don't know. But I think this is his New York house. Cisco Systems, OO. Power. Yep. That's all we can read here. Stairs again. Is there another fucking basement? Yes, there is. Subcellar. What the fuck? How the hell did he get this fucking place? Oh, God. Okay. Subcellar. Okay, wasn't expecting that. Firewood. Firewood for a city house. Jolly good. PP. Lol. Search personnel name, agency, contact number, and something. We've read a full one of these before, but, you know, bears worth repeating for the new people coming in. Alright. That's that done. Nothing to read here. On, off, on, off. There we go. Next one. Siemens. Simons. I don't know. Is it Simons or Siemens? I think it's better to say Simons, I think. The same again. Simons. Chilled waterette. Okay. And free pumps as well. On, off. And Simons there. P6, P7. Literally just technical stuff. Come on. Give me the BAC. Okay. I just want to try and power through this quickly. I want to get to the good stuff. So, yeah. As I say, it's... Yeah. 2 hours and 12 minutes. And we haven't even gone to any of the really juicy stuff. So extra there. Let's go. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Stuff to read here, but it's illegible, I think. Same again with this. And this. God, a quaint little library bit. Oh, hang on. Is that readable? Well, that's a face, at least. I think that's, well, it's not Jesus. Could be Virgin Mary or something. I don't know. Yep. Can't read those. Nothing to read here. Same again. Oh, hang on. No, I can't read that. This guy in a kilt. That could be Prince Andrew. I'll outright say that could be Prince Andrew. Could also be the man himself, Jeffrey Epstein, but that is definitely a kilt he's wearing. That's not a pair of trousers. That's some kind of tartan. Nothing to read there or there. Who the fuck is this guy? Puffy ass eyes. But nothing to read there. Oh, hang on. Yes! We got something to read. Yes! Something we can actually read. Okay. This is cause for a celebration. Got some whiskey. Stephen D. Small. Redacted second line. Buffalo, New York. So I'm assuming this is like a first line of address, like a specific house. So that's fine. Buffalo, New York, 14215. Ooh. What does this one say? Dear me, Jeffrey Epstein. I hate that you got into this mess with these girls over the years. These girls knew what they were doing. You didn't. Put a gun to their head. But you have to watch it. To all rich people are targets in this world. People are going to come at you to get $1. Women are really sticking it to the men on every level. It seems had a lot is justifying in some cases. In your case, you really need to watch yourself. You are a target, and you never should get yourself caught up in this BS in the first place. You knew these girls would come at you in the long run and mess up your reputation. You should have known that and go after your pockets. Oh, that's fucking juicy. Now, my apologies for the stuttered reading there, because the handwriting isn't great. Neither is the grammar. But ooh, yeah, that's what we're talking about. This is the kind of stuff we want to see. So this is possibly some kind of conspirator trying to justify it in his own sick way, possibly, or trying to do it from a friendly perspective to Epstein. But yeah, trying to sort of dismiss them as money grabbing, absolutely wrong and ridiculous. But yeah, that's okay. So was this on the floor or on the table or something? Background here, we got a wall, so maybe it was stuck with some glue or something. I don't know. Okay, but 2 hours 15 minutes of BS. This is the kind of juicy stuff we want to see. That's the kind of stuff I'm here to read. So yeah, we'll clip that actually. Well, I don't know if I can clip from my end, but other people can do it, or I can do it later. That's definitely worth watching. In fact, I'll make a little note. There we go. All right, that's pretty good. Let's go for the next one. Let's see if we got anything more juicy apart from this. Oh, we got more. We got more. A lot of these girls who you dealt with is or was runaways in the first place. I'm pulling for you now and in the future to take care of yourself, your health, and watch out for people coming at you. I will be pulling for you Yes. I will be pulling for you, Mr. Epstein. I really am. Ooh. Okay. So, this is one of Epstein's supporters. Did he know what was going on at the time? I don't know. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff we want to see. Okay. So these are photos on the ground. I mean, it could possibly be that it's just evidence has been planted there, taken a photo of, just for the record. But nothing to read here. Stuff to read here. Let's go. This is mail. So, mail, office, Karina, Arena, Juggly. Okay. Casper. Is it possible to read? Okay, well, some of this stuff is redacted anyway, or censored. Capital 1. fucking Christ. Yeah, it's not... Karina Thuluk, maybe? Something NY... What the fuck does that say? NY, and then there's a zip code there, but it's very, very hard to make out. 10021, maybe? 4102, I think that says. And that looks like a stamp, but... let me try and rotate these. Nope, that was a bad idea. Okay, that's the stamp from the US postage. Garch, CA, permit number 100, maybe. Karina Shulak, E15631, maybe? 4102, I think that says. These are very, very pixelated for me. As I say, I don't know if it's just me or the software I'm using, or it's just in general, but yeah, that's very, very difficult to read, and that's all we can read so far. The rest is very, very pixelated. Okay. Fleet something. And okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, those photos are pretty damning. As for the stuff to read, I don't think there's anything eligible really. Oh, well, this one says Jeffrey Epstein over here. I can tell that. Rest of these are scribbles. This one's a number, maybe a phone number or something, or something. Very, very hard to tell with some of these. It's pixelated as fuck. It's really annoying. I keep saying that, but it bears repeating. What is that brand? Androgel. I don't know what Androgel is for. Alright. Well, that's what we can read there. Still not the juicy stuff. I don't want to go on there any longer than I need to. Okay, we got something here. Okay. Alright. We got some letters. Let's do this. Finally! We're getting somewhere. But this is cut off a little bit. We'll then be asking for a total declination if he talks about appeal. Waivers. I think that is a non-starter, but does he want to send you a proposed set of facts to which we would have to stipulate? I realize that emotions are running high on both of our sides, but if you take a step back, which I again strongly urge you to do, I think you agree that our current proposal, while not what we would ultimately want, nor what you would have preferred, is currently the best overall solution for both of us. I think it is fair and just. I'd like you to think about it, and suggest we postpone setting up any firm meeting date until tomorrow, after you have ample time to review the current situation and circumstances and reconsider. The possibility of getting that complex matter firmly and totally behind us. Weirdly enough, I think it shows up much better on the stream than what I see on my actual PDF, because I'm zoomed in. But yeah, that's part 1. Okay, some kind of legal hunt. Okay. Ooh. Okay, that's page 2. Okay, that's page 2. This is page 1. Bit cut off there. Bit weird there. Okay. Alex, I wanted to have a one-on-one conversation. Re yesterday's call. I wanted to give you time to confirm for yourself what Lily had represented regarding the New York Times. I'm sure you now realize that contrary to the characterization of David Weinstein's actions as merely third-party hearsay, I wanted you to know that we have proof positive of what's transpired. Proof positive of a breach of the U.S. Attorney's Manual. Proof positive of a breach of the local rules of conduct. I can't represent to you, we have proof beyond a reasonable doubt of a 60 violation. But clearly enough facts that would support a charge. Alex, David discussed details of our plea negotiations. In brackets, I think that is, personal security and house arrest, after repeatedly evoking the officer's concern with the Palm Beach Post editorial. He discussed the theory of the case and talked about the multiple charging statutes, even including the 1591 statute of sea trafficking that is patently unfair to Mr. Epstein. Frankly, as you heard yesterday, Ken, to put it mildly, is outraged. He is a man of great faith, both in his religion and his unwavering belief in the system of justice. He has 2 Bibles, the King James Version and the U.S. Attorney's Manual. He believes in the system, and in this case he believes it has failed miserably. His fear is that the Bob Senior's review is merely designed to be a rubber stamp for the office. Regarding our proposal, I believe we have taken a highly principled position. Yesterday I appreciated you telling me of, as you put it, your thought process. You looked at the case and said, what would we get if we achieved a conviction? We would have registration, we would have a jail sentence, and the victims would be allowed to sue under 2255. I recognize that would be your very thought process, with every plea negotiations. Had you had the statutes that were clearly in the heartland of prosecution, had Epstein had trafficked in women, had Epstein been caught in the most common of stings, you would have asked the same questions. However, the new facts in this case, facts unknown to you at the time of that thought process, have dramatically changed that landscape. At the time, you were unaware of Marie's misrepresentations. You were unaware of Marie's disregard for published procedures. You were unaware of the wildly exaggerated list of victims. You were unaware of the missing Brady info. Sorry, weirdly enough, on the stream is a lot more clearer to me than the actual zoomed in PDF which I'm reading. So it might be clearer to you than it is for me. You were certainly unaware of the most troubling breach of prosecutorial conduct. Weinstein's interactions with the New York Times. That aside, based on the new facts and the law, we have researched every case previously brought. There are none that comes close. This isn't the case in which attempt such a stretch. The initial decision needs to be revisited. We don't need to debate whether or not the petite policy actually applies, and his prominent appearance and then disappearance in the documents. I would encourage you, however, to seriously reconsider our proposal, not only as an advocate, but as a colleague. I strongly urge you to accept it. You have my word that, if it is accepted, this will bring total closure to all outstanding and extremely problematic ancillary issues. I'm sure you understand. I have not sent you a letter, as I prefer not to begin creating a record that might lead to months and months of contentious argument. That being said, I fully realize that you will have to explain such a big charge to your 2 main constituents, the FBI and the people whose back you have to protect. Ooh. The people that worked on this case. They could be assured that you will be getting much more than the state is still willing to accept. The victims will be made whole. I'm confident that our proposal is both principled and fair. The conduct is state conduct. You recognize that the Fed statutes would have to be tortured to fit. I fear that, if this is not resolved quickly, the recent issues, our misconduct with the press, will draw us into a tornado of trouble. And frankly, I don't think there will be in either of our interests. I think this is a middle ground. If Alan Dershowitz and Ken are able to convince either Bob Senior or Washington, I have more confidence in Washington openness than the Fed statutes don't apply. And then it carries on to what we just saw here. That's very interesting. Alan Dershowitz is their lawyer. He's a famous one, or was. I don't know his current status, in New York. Ken, I suspect, is probably working with them or something like that. But that's very interesting, especially this line. The people whose back you have to protect. Now, considering the whole affair, that line in particular is of interest. There's definitely a huge, some kind of understanding there that he's got to protect people, Epstein. So, yeah. Let's have a look at this other side, though. Let me make sure. Okay. GOY Shelf? Or Goya Shelf or something. FBI. God, this handwriting is terrible. Home something? Choose 330. 9 cents? Yeah. Some kind of scribbles. WIS. Maybe wisdom? Tuesday? Yeah. Something weird. Some kind of scribbling. Maybe something that only means something to him. And that's Jeffrey Epstein there. Okay. That's very interesting. That's a very interesting letter. And we don't know... We don't have a note of who it's actually from. And it's typed out as well. So, yeah. They could be like, oh, anybody could have sent that letter. But, yeah. This is their, possibly a legal team trying to cover up or, brush things under the rug. I don't know. But the people whose back you have to protect, that's the interesting line. A lot of powerful people. Alright. We got more. Although, these are just scribbles. Just scribbles. 97370. Okay, could just be just random doodles. But nothing to read. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, what have we got here? Oh, that's difficult to see. Right, this could be address. Name here, I'm pretty sure it's Steve. I really want to get a better angle of this. But it is in an envelope. That's not good to see. US before, yacht, I think that mentions. That's the word over there. Apart from that, it's very, very hard to tell because it's not straight on. Let's see if we've got a straight on photo. Okay, we got something. Okay, and of course, I have to rotate. There we go. Ooh, this is interesting. Jeffrey Epstein cash disbursements for the period September 1st, 2006 to September 30th, 2006. Okay. Date 9/19/2006. Number 8737. Name NA Property Inc. Relations to JE Employment Benefits September 2006. Amount not available. Running balance negative 1829.00. Okay. 9th of the 6th, 2006. What does that say? 6687, I want to say. Oh no. 8035 or 8085. Columbia University. CR Andrea Manick. Amount minus 17 million. Oh no, 17,060. Okay, I'm assuming it's cent deviations rather than like just a flat dollar amount. Okay, 0907 2006 6057 Justin Curbs. Yeah, from what I can tell, what you're seeing is a lot less pixelated than what I'm seeing on here. So I'm trying to sort of keep an eye on the other screen as well, so I can actually make out what the fuck words are. So Justin Krebs. Gift Catherine Derby minus 1,300. 0913 2006. Date number 6714. Time Warner Cable. Gift Dana Burns minus 102.38, I think. 9/19/2006 date, number 6725, Time Water Cable, Tayana? Gift Tayana, minus 133.26, I think. 09/19/2006, 8742, Dual Call Transporters Inc. Gift, Jojo Tracking, 1998 Suburban. 809.60, I think. Oh, 80. Yeah, it's just 809 flat. Okay. Minus 809, I should say. 09/19/2006, 8743, Tropical Shipping, Gift, Jojo Shipping, 1998 Suburban. Negative 1,153, I think, 0.08. 09/19/2006, 8739, Thomas J. Magani, DDS, Gift, redacted. Alright, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Approximately 6 characters. So it's minus 150. Or is it minus 150? It's minus 1,700 for that one. And then 09/19/2006, 8740, Thomas J. Magani, DDS, Gift, Mafia? What's that? The fuck does that say? Or Matty? Is Matty the name of someone? That's... Alright, let's carry on. 09/26/2006, 8747, Salome N. Rals, Gift, redacted, attorney. Okay. Something to do with attorney, we got that at least. Minus 3,000. 09/01/2006, Wire, Simona. Oh, we have had this name before. I can't make it out. Petrolocket, yeah, it's a lot more legible for you guys, I think, on the stream than it is here. I'm not sure why. It could be the resolution. Gift not available. That's minus 7827. And we've got another Wire, 09/06/2006, Wire, for a redacted person. Gift of 25,000. Jesus. And then we got 09/25 and 09/27 for the date, wire transfer, possibly to the same person, but it's redacted. And gift, minus 4,000, gift, 5,000 euro. And that's the amount, 6497.50, I think. Okay. Oh boy, we got more. 09/11/2006, Wire, Black, Semenic, Cosman, and Stump PA. Total to date, 325,000. That's not reflected there. 09/28/2006, Wire, Gerald B. Lefort, PC. Total to date, 75,000. 09/26/2006, Wire, Investigative Management Group. Total to date, 100,000 from JE. Huh. Maybe counter-investigators or something like that. 09/07/2006, 1128, Virginia Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Third quarter estimated taxes, 750,000. Fucking hell. 09/30/2006, various Singular, Sprint, Veteran, and T-Mobile, Cellular, and Carphone, minus 3,663.98. 09/30/2006, various Comcast, Agefia FLP, Electric Water Cable TV, minus 2,595.24. Yep, just bills, really. 09/30/2006, various Verizon, Bellasoft, Broadview, MCI, telephone landlines, minus 1,182.79. Yep, next. 09/30/2006, various Federal Express, relates to postage, delivery, and express, minus 2,724.30. And then we got... Okay, so I'm going to do this a little bit differently. So 9th of the 13th, a collective date, numbers 8701 to 8707, all for the Insurance Office of Central Ohio. 50% of valuable articles, 50% of El Brillo homeowners, 50% of Paris homeowners, 50% of Zorro automobiles, 50% of Zorro automobiles, 50% of Palm Beach automobiles, 50% of personal umbrella policy. Zorro automobiles. I mean, we've seen Zorro before. That could relate to a business. And the amounts are minus 13,373, minus 16,662, minus 70,668.70, minus 623, minus 1,402, minus 11,232, and for a total of minus 9,508. Yeah, there we go. And we got the amounts on the side here, so that's is currently at minus 70,468.70. Okay, we got more. Right. I might be in trouble for saying the credit card details, but I mean, it's seized by the FBI anyway, so it should be fine. Fuck. 0913 2006 A700 American Express 3713 858472 38009 account number 3713-858-472-38009 minus 57,210 0919-2006 8724 American Express 3727 686-332 61005 account number 3727-686-332 minus 61005 minus 149,474.14. Jesus Christ. 0913 2006 8720 American Express 3715 659 404 4709 account number 3715 659 404 1709 minus 2911.52 0928 2006 8753 Colonial Bank 4470 1153 4000 5213 account number 4470 1153 4000 5213 minus 51 minus 31,105.52 I think. Yep, that's it. 0928 2006 8754 Colonial Bank 4470 1153 4000 6468 account number 4470 1153 4000 6468 minus 6,438.04 for a total of minus 247,139.32 and then total cash disbursements 2,424,425.06. Fucking Christ, I hate the rich. Jesus. Throwing around that cash around. That's wild. Even for me. Alright. I can't seem to really see what's on the other side. Let's see what's on this other page. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, it's cut off. Alright. So, prepaid or amount due. Paris euros 307.54. September 12, 2005 statement 27,056.66. Okay. March 8, 2006 statement 5,166.72. And that's we're only seeing the amounts in Paris euros, so presumably this is international from his several accounts. He has euro accounts and he has a dollar account at least, but he's got a lot of stuff in Paris. Fucking hell. How's everyone doing in the chat? Okay, we dropped down to 14. I don't blame you. This is some heavy stuff. I think the letter we got was very, very interesting. Okay, so let's 75k PD on purchases. See below, see below. Master bedroom ceiling, 43,321.00. Calculations by Pinto in our favour. In brackets 618.86. License for Louisa Miller Sculpture. 3,774.08. Payment on May 23rd, 2006. 28,141.76. In brackets 3,291.94. Rug to NY and LSJ containers. Okay. 1,154.38. Shipping costs, air freight invoices. Can't see. Colours traditional Moroccan suits. Can't see the amount for that. By Pinto Emo 091506. 21,704.18. So big money being thrown around for tat, essentially. Miscellaneous. Unpaid fees of 20% on purchases. 13,001.26. 43,622.00. Items in storage to be sold by Pinto. 275, I want to say 1,000 something. Something of fees and items to be sold in storage. 55,000 something. You two behaving? I don't think they are. Okay. 091506 prepaid or amount due. 13,001.26. 67,326.18. And the last amount starts with 266,000. And no, Pinto has not been asked for these amounts. Per Pinto, this amount should be credited. So Pinto could be an international money transfer organization. I actually used to work in that kind of stuff beforehand. Could be privately done. But we know a lot of big money is being thrown around. Essentially, I mean, they talk about a rug, for example, and art, and sculptures and stuff. So yeah, it's basically tap for the house. But yeah, done that. I want to see another document. Okay, that's a dog. Okay, the alignment of the eyes makes you think it's probably stuffed. Poor doggy. Oh, put it on the background and listen while coding. Alright, well, we'll see what happens. I might see if I can do this this initial section, but yeah, this is taking me a little while, and I'm starting to get tired. So there's the doggy. Okay, nothing to read there. Naked guy in a photo. Okay, old photo of, I think, Epstein with his arm around someone. Nothing to read there. Intensive writing from unknown. But these stickers, I mean, yeah, intensive writing. We got some photos in there, I think. I think those are photos from what we can see of those pictures. Okay. Intensive writing. A grade can be defined as marking your accomplishments. Something's redacted in there. What are we going to get more? No, we're not going to get more. Okay. That looks like a massage chair. There's a stupid... Yeah, some kind of picture in the back. Rather fractionated coconut oil. That sounds like a massage thing. Okay. I mean, oils and stuff, possibly. Could be massage. Yeah, that's a massage chair. I mean, yeah. I've seen this kind of stuff done with chiropractors, and it's, you know, various stuff to be maneuverable, I think. Very, very weird. But yeah. Okay. These are for decoration, but that's a manacle, paddle, braces. I think that's like one of those scalp massager things. And yeah, we got the 8 Retino wrinkle lift, Retino size AA. Shishido. Yeah, that's stuff for massages. And oils as well. Bliss something. Fabulous skin reviving rubbering mask. There we go. I can't really read the rest. Oh, jeez. So, to put things into perspective, this is the first section of 7. which is the entire drop so far. There's over 3,000 in this section. We're on 488. That's the photo we're on. So, yeah. If I can get to 1,000, that'll be great, because that'll be the first section of the first lot. And I'll probably call it quits at that point, to be honest, because I'm very, very tired. And then I'll continue as soon as I can the next day. I mean, this will take several days, several weeks, I think. So we're going to power through. We're going to get it done. So retinol, that's what that is. And obviously I won't be doing this over Christmas. I'll be seeing my family over Christmas. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Why can we have more of this? Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Then nothing to read there. And nothing to read there. And then we get spouts like that, where if we've got nothing to read, then we can just power for it. Weeks, I don't know. I wanna aim for days if I can. I mean, it's been, yeah, it's coming. Is 2 hours and 51 minutes, and we're about. I want to say, well, we're not halfway through. I can tell you that much. I'd say we're about 1/6 of the way through, give or take. Probably take a little bit more. But yeah, this is. But we just got photos like that were just heavily censored art, and we just blasted through them. So if we get more stints like that, which I suspect we will, it'll be quicker going. It's just I'm basing it on the pace I've currently gone. But those were just photos of the house. We've got a lot of redacted documents in there, so my anticipation is we can just blast through that. But we shall have to see. Oh, it might just be this next lot is all redacted, and I can just blast through that too. Oh, how's everyone doing? Yeah, 14 viewers. We've dropped a little bit. And they're just loading up right now. So it may just be we can blast through a couple, but I will read what I can. Certainly, I don't regret, our approach of just examining every photo, reading a few things, because it gives us some clues as to what's going on within that room. And certainly the letter that we got was very, very useful. Is some kind of a compass saying, calm down, don't basically dob your friends in. Well, okay, that says W, but it's also at 600. I want to be at 501, so there we go. So, again, nothing to see there. Nothing to read there. To Karina from Daphne. That's what that says. Nothing to see there. That's a small body. That's not good. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there, but Jesus Christ. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Yeah, I'm powering through these for obvious reasons. Yeah, Cognito. Wig. No, nothing to read there. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're getting into some heavy shit. I'm going to blast through this quite quickly. Hello, Clara. Hello. Please, can I not? Yeah, okay. I'm not locked in the same bed. Clara's come into the room. Clara is my tabby. Because I know people are asking, oh, which one's Dexter? Dexter is the black cat. Very appropriately named. He's absolutely great, but he's very, very sneaky. Clara is actually the troublemaker, but... Well, where did you go? Oh, you're out there. You're okay. Alright. Well, that's good. They're up and about. And they're no longer running for the house, though. Alright. Guard all safe. Okay. More photos. Nothing to read there. Yeah, as I say, these photos obviously horrible. That's Richard Branson. That is Richard Branson. I mean, they're on an island. I mean, I know Richard Branson owns an island as well. Yeah, Jesus, we're getting photos. Thankfully, it's all redacted. Thankfully, it's all redacted. Fucking Christ. Right. A good thing is there's nothing to read. I can just power through Erotica Universalis, and there's a notebook with Oh, no, it's Jeffrey E. Epstein. I assume that's his middle name. Fucking Christ. Yeah, redacted photos. Redacted photos I can power through because I'm more interested in the reading contents. Power through. Power through. Yeah, power through. Okay, now we got some stuff. Button, discs. Okay, so some of these are names. Oh, shit. No, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Oh, we're sorted out now. I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. But we got some Brazil, Misk, 1206, LSJ, Ariel, Water, Cronkite, 107, Simbats, Chateau, Juliet, Chateau, Guamentes, Book 20. Yeah, these aren't in order. So Book 6, Book 16, Book 11, Misprints, Book 15, Book 18, Book 10, Book 12. Yeah. But names, we're going to see if we can get the names in there, but they're very, very hard to see. So, Chuck something proposal. Verity Fair or Vanity Fair. And this one is NFL PBL something. But these can mean anything. Unfortunately, they're so fucking pixelated, I can't see. I can't read them properly. Okay, nothing to read here. Okay, we're getting to the ones we can just blast through at the moment. So, nothing to read here. And yeah, if I zoom out pretty wild, is just so I don't have anything lingering on the video for YouTube. That's a diploma of something. These looks like... Yeah, this is mathematical equations. Now, I need to see what those CDs say. 802, Selena AV Shoot 2. And this is AV Photos. What does AV stand for? Don't know. Ugh. CMTHG. Jesus, are these names of victims? A fucking scrapbook. Internationally. And this one says looking for a way out. That's foul. Active enjoyment. Who is that masked man? That's... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm not focusing on the videos. I'm focusing on the photos, focusing on things to read. So yeah, obviously, you know, I don't want to see any, like, even if it's blurred out, I don't want to see like any risque photos. Not necessarily for YouTube's sake, but more for just decency of the whole thing. Anyway, let's have a look at this. 301 66th Street, 2nd Avenue Apartments. Okay. Apartments. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the apartments down here, and then the guests, because a lot of this is blank. Apartments, 26, oh no, 2G, 10N, 11B, 8H, 10B, 3M, AJ, 8A, 11P, 11J, guest, arena, redacted, Rakata, and Karina, and then Nefi and Ehud, or Chud. That's under 11J. Staff contact. So a lot of this is being redacted now. So names, Karen's, Arena, we've had some of these names before. Defitz, Merwin, Leo, Jojo, Marilyn, Carlos, Richard, Bells, Arlene. And yeah. Whatever this, I think these are like contact details, so that's gotta be redacted. Okay, statuette. More statuettes. Can't read at a glance. Don't want that. Okay, at a glance. Alright, and this covers 2019. Wait, June 2019. So Epstein did off himself, allegedly, in 2019. So this is something after. So this one says Paris. Bagu. Apart from that, not much on here. Okay, this one says art, die, something. Die is in DAI. Paris, Bagu, maybe? Yeah. Not too much on there. Okay, nothing to read there, but we've seen this from before. Okay, here's some photos. Jeffrey Epstein and I don't want to speculate on who that is. I thought I knew who it was, but it's best if I'm not 100% sure, I'd better keep my mouth shut and just not say. Because I don't actually think it's him. I'll be like 50-50 on him. From what you've heard, there's an entire book somewhere in here. Well, if it is, I'll read it. But at the moment, these are just single-page PDFs, which is not formatted ideally, really. I mean, I'd rather be able to just have a photo and just click the arrow, so I don't need to keep loading them up, but, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, at the moment we're getting nothing to read, but occasionally we do get some very, very good nuggets. The letter, especially, from an unknown party, and the letter from potentially a legal team. Both of those very much worth scrolling through all of this shit for. But yeah, I might see if I can get to 1,000, and then I'll stop the stream and go to bed, because I'm starting to lose it a little bit, and I've been going for 3 hours. And then what I'll do is I'll raid or redirect someone to a worthy streamer that's currently active, and we can keep the party going there. But then, like, as soon as I've rested up and as soon as I've done everything on Monday that I need to, I will just go straight back to the grind. Get it done ASAP. Oh, Jesus. Fuck off. Okay. Nothing there. I want to think that says II. Corridor, nothing to read there. We've seen that before, nothing to read there. Heating water, sup, nothing to read there. Yeah, I might not focus too much on just the random shit here. I might just be looking for documents. Nothing to see there. And again, we've seen this is a repeat, and it's something we had in the last one, where we'd had the same court interview before. But here we're getting a repeat of the photo, because we've seen this photo before, because we mentioned this canvas here. HH. Yep, we've seen this before as well. Professional potting, I remember that. So presumably he's taking photos again as he's going back down. 5th floor. Nothing to see here, it's just a bed. Nothing to see here. These are rooms that we have seen before, so it looks like some kind of repeat, or like a second round. Maybe just to get different angles, or, you know, whatnot. So I think that's what they're doing. Nothing to read here. BB, nothing to read here. Bedroom. Bedroom. Bathroom. Coat hangers. DD. Yeah, nothing to read. I want like an essay or something. Okay, nothing to read here. CC, apart from that. Nothing there. Nothing there. AA. Corridor. Yeah, these are things we've seen before. So, yeah, we've seen that before, seen that before, seen that before. So, yeah, I'm just going to power through these, and I want to find something readable that I can do. EE. Yeah, so, so you know, the highlight of the raw stream will be there at some point. But I will try and take specific clips and stuff of the actual juicy stuff, I'll put that up as a separate video. Nothing to read there, nothing to read there, nothing to read there. GG, I don't think so. Nothing to read there, nothing to read there, nothing to read there, nothing to read there. These are all repeats, so I can easily just blast through these. So yeah, that first 500, you know, that's just the preliminary. Apparently a lot of it's redacted, so we can power through that. We can go a little bit quicker. FF. Boiler room, nothing there, nothing to read there, nothing to read there, nothing to read there. Yeah, 4th floor, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. W. So that's, yeah, that was the next 100 photos, but I could blast with that so quickly. So if that trend continues on the next stream, then we'll be making a lot more progress. But yeah, this isn't a rush. I want to make sure that I get this 100%. This is my 100% run for the Epstein files. So that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, so there's 1,000 in this. There will be more later. But this is, for now, it's my goal. Because I'm feeling tired, and I know I need to sleep it off, especially after I didn't get any sleep last night. So I'll do that, but we will be carrying on. We'll be carrying on once I'm rested and refreshed, but yeah, it's 3 hours and 6 minutes. So I'd rather, you know, get to this point, stop, call it, and then come back later, because otherwise the quality is going to go down, and I don't want that to happen. But thank you very much for staying with me so far. It's been really good. Nini, I don't know what that is. Oh, unless you're talking about, like, the VTuber, I suppose. Ground floor. Oh, no, that's ground floor. That's the end, but we don't want to go there yet. We don't want to go to 601. So, yeah, these are all repeats. I think... Now, I don't know if we have any law enforcement watching the channel. But it may just be... It's a second run from the top. The camera guy's gone in, taken as many photos as he can, and he's gotten to his endpoint. So maybe he needs to go back the way he came and take more photos. Wish you got here sooner. Well, this will save. This will save and just automatically be there. So you don't need to worry. And I'm gonna get I've noted down where the highlight is, and I'm gonna get that, and I'm going to, you know, I'm gonna make sure that goes up. Like, that'll be a separate video where I read the letter, because that's the kind of stuff we're looking for. Anyway, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to read 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 here. X. And nothing else to read there. Nothing 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 to read there. This is a repeat. Nothing to read there. 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 Yeah, he's basically going backwards. Z. Nothing to read there. 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 Y. Nothing else. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. I'm going to say that a lot, aren't I? Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. 3rd floor. Nothing to read there. I'm just going to keep going until we get something to read, something juicy. At the moment, we just got the letters, and I'm going to... Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, I'm glad this stuff is censored, because it's not good. Nothing to read there. 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 Special bed linens. Special bed linen. That's something a little bit different. There we go. There's nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. U. There we go. There's something to read. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. V. Nothing to read there. God damn it! Give me a document. Give me a text. P. There we go. R. Yeah, he's basically going backwards through the house now, taking photos as he goes. So S. Brilliant. Well, we'll keep scrolling through, and it's my hope we get something juicy. Second floor. There we go. Nothing to see there. J. There we go. More of the picnic table in the fucking living room. K. There we go. K again. And yeah, these are basically repeat photos, and there's nothing to read. I can't even read that. L. There we go. Yeah, he's essentially going backwards to the house now, as he's going out, I suppose. There we go. M. Nothing to see there. N. There we go. Nothing to see there. These are all repeats. There's nothing to read with these. We've confirmed that. Okay. Maybe a few different angles. Oh, there we go. But yeah, there's no books. There's no papers. So, yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll get to them eventually. But that's ground floor. And just like that, that's another 100 of the photos done. Whereas at the start, we were taking a good chunk, good half an hour to do that. That took 5 minutes. Yeah, correct. Letters mark rooms, take pictures in and way out. That's what I'm assuming. So, and from what I understand, this is the New York apartment. It's not the island itself. And there's obviously like other locations as well. So I'm assuming we'll get that. But I did go through the stuff at the beginning. But yeah, it's very, very tacky. I've noticed a lot of the furniture. When Jeffrey Epstein died, as I say, God knows what actually happened then. He was 66 years old, so he would have been he would have come from the 1960s, I think. 1960s, 60s, 50s, that sort of period, and that's where most of the tat seems to come from. But I agree, it looks bloody horrible. Like, why would you get that? Get something modern. And especially some of his art is just sus. Right, let's open the next 100. So, once I get to 1,000 and finish this folder, that's where I would end the stream. We'll see how quickly this goes. Like, no matter what, like, no matter what happens, that's where I'll call it for tonight. But considering like a good portion is redacted, it may be that I'll end up blasting through further folders a lot quicker than I have tonight. But either way, I want to be able to do so fresh rather than, you know, in the state that I am now, because I don't want to be tired. Right, it's time from 7:01. So 300 photos to go, and instead we got stuff like this. So that's a set of stairs. Again, I would say it's fairly pointless, but, you know, I think it's more of a case of to be able to prove in a court of law that there is nothing there. He has to take the photo, because otherwise an argument can be made like, oh no, there's actually, you know, something there. And then, you know, it's the kind of thing that happens in court. It looks pointless, but it's really just to cover your own ass. All right, nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. It's a set of fucking stairs. Cellar! There we go. It says something. We're going to the cellar again. Nothing to see there. Big cellar though. I don't have a cellar. We've seen that. Yeah, we've seen this before. And we know there's nothing to read. JJ. There we go. Again, nothing to see. It does seem like he's taking less photos of the rooms on his way out. So it does seem like, you know, the dude's on his way out or something, or just needs to go back, take a few more angles or something like that because his boss has told him to or whatnot. Nothing to see or read. Nothing to read. Give me something to read. Yeah, I'm just going to keep going until we get something to read, but if not, KK, there we go. KK again. But yeah, but if not, I'll clip the reading of the letters specifically, because that was the only juicy bit. But apart from that, this seems like a very you know, apart from me explaining the stuff at the beginning, it does seem like a little bit fruitless so far. LL, there we go. But yeah, I want to see documents and stuff, rather than just necessarily photos. Nothing to see there, nothing to see there. MM. Yeah, Fresh Direct, we already saw that. Werner, yeah. Might relax the rule about reading rules on the fucking... words on the fucking ladders, of all things. Because that's not what we're here to really look at, but I guess I just got so bored waiting for actual juicy details, which don't appear to be showing apart from the letter. Alright, OO. Yep, that was Ralph Lauren or something, maybe? Nothing to see there, nothing to see there. Proud to be a union operating engineer. Well, we didn't see that bit before. There we go. Gotta go for the union. NN. Hey, it's me! Yeah, we've seen this top story as well. We saw 9 East 71st Street, New York, 10021. Attention, Moen de la Cruz. So we saw that. That's a member of staff. I think it's like the chief of staff for Epstein at this location. And then 917-607-0626. Okay, nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Oh no, actually, decent pictures this time. Nothing to read there. And this will be the sub-basement, I believe. Sub-cellar, yeah. And that's mainly just, okay, this is new, boiler room. But there's nothing to read here. A lot of these are repeats, I will say that. So that's why I can power through them as I am. For those of you just joining. We still somehow got 15 viewers. This is the boring bit. This is the boring bit. I want to get to the documents and the details, and we did earlier. So yeah. Chilled water ret. That's what that says. The only thing to read. Nothing to read there. Okay, this is different. We got a map. That's New York City. Or Manhattan, I think. Doesn't seem to be like any kind of war map or any annotations on it. Just seems to be a poster or a picture of some kind. So that's fine. So this bit is new. So we'll see. And that bit isn't. Siemens. Yeah, I don't want to say Siemens on YouTube ideally, but, you know, I just did. P6, P7. We've seen this one before, and there's nothing to read here. PP. Search personnel name, agency, contact number, initials. Search completed, place X in box. Okay. Well, nobody's actually done a search. Presumably, the photographer has to go and do his job first, and then comes out, and then the agents actually go through everything and incorporate everything. Okay, dusty folders. Do I get to see what's in them? No. CDs. Now that's a little bit worrying. Passports. Both American passports. Okay. Could just be old ones. But then again, considering the topic of trafficking and stuff like that, could be they were needed. That's dusty as hell, though. Durable. Well, okay, durable. This was the safe. Looks like the door's been blown off or something like that, or opened. But yeah, dusty folders inside. Could be an explosive used to open it. Actually, that could be why it's so dusty. All right, Bosch stairs. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Even though there's a bookshelf there. There's a bookshelf there. Yeah. Is this Prince Andrew? I don't know. It might actually be Epstein himself, but I did see this earlier. I did say he was wearing a kilt. This one confirms it. Kilt obviously being the thing you wear in Scotland, for those that do not know. Just had to shoot a possum in the chicken house. Possums aren't predators, though, I don't think. Is this going to be like the last Epstein file videos? This is a bit different because this is mainly photos at the moment. We're looking for stuff to read. And I will admit it's been mostly uneventful and disappointing. Although I have marked occasions where we did get letters, both from one from a supporter and one from a legal team, or at least I think it was a legal representative from the context, and that talks about covering the backs of powerful friends. That's super interesting. possums eat chickens. I might be thinking of an opossum. I think they're meant to just eat bugs or something. But yeah, okay. Possums eat chickens. I didn't know that. From the US, big fan, love you. Keep doing what you're doing. Expose these monsters. Absolutely. You know, I will absolutely do that. And as I say, any proceeds from these videos, not that there's many to be honest, because YouTube doesn't like it, it will be going to SOAR, which is Virginia Giuffre's charity, when they accept donations. So, you know, if they still haven't got their affairs together, and if they're still not accepting donations, say, a couple of years down the line, I might consider just sending the money to a different charity instead that deals with the same issues. But if that happens, I will be fully transparent about it. Yeah, no CoffeeZilla video will be made of me. I can guarantee that. But yeah. But as I say, the money's going to the charity. It's just the charity SOAR. Obviously, Virginia Giuffre is passed, unfortunately. But they're not currently accepting donations for what I can see. However, because that's the charity of Virginia Giuffre, who is the plaintiff and the subject of much of the last line of Epstein videos, that is why I am determined to send the money to that one. Like, you know, it was just with the first lot, it was a spur of the moment thing, just reading that kind of stuff and the absolute horror that was going on. But, you know, here, like, I'm fully determined, like, whatever I earn from the stream or anything like that, it goes straight to the charity. And if it's not a decent enough amount, I'll just up it from my own funds. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, that's basically the play. So everything's going to charity. So this is more just, this isn't for me to make money. This is just for me to prove it's me to prove how much of a mad dad I am. And indeed, this is why I'm going to call it off at this is why I'm going to stop this stream at 1,000 pictures, because you can tell I'm stuttering. I'm a little bit, you know, not unfocused. So I'll do that, and then when I'm fresh, I'll carry on with the next fucking 1,000. There's in this batch alone, there is 7 batches altogether, or 7 lists. There is like 3,165 photos, I think, and we are on photo number 765, and we spent 3 hours and 22 minutes doing it. So this will take a little while, but I will get it done. But yeah, there's possibly Epstein in the kilt. It's hard to tell because it's pixelated as fuck. Anyway, next one. Yeah, it's the same again. This time is obviously the photographer is going downstairs. Previously, we had photos of him going upstairs. So I don't know. Is this like a tower in the house or something? Is some kind of mansion? And yeah, the books again. This could be a fake window. I want to say it's a fake window because we've got a reflection here. Oh, same reflection again. Jesus. Oh, very tired. All right, and that's the downstairs. So he's obviously heading his way out. Oh, okay. This is juicy. Case number 3IENY 3027571. Location 9 East 7th Street, New York. Basement to scale. Date 7th 6th 19. Preparer S.A. Margaret Girand. Okay. Now, we've seen these initials before. Oh, no, hang on. 971 New York. Unless, of course... Now, this could be one of two different things. We've seen the letters on the notes from the FBI, or... I'll call them the investigators. I'm not sure which agency it was. It probably would be FBI, to be honest. But they noted, like, they stuck the signs on the doors saying this is room NN, you know, 00 whatever. So this is quite possibly that. And we've got JJ here, KKLLWW. That would make sense. On the other hand, we also saw initials for various, like, staff and servants within the house. And we saw it on several files as well. So they could be members of staff. or rooms they're responsible for. I think it's more likely to be the FBI, but I wanted to note that that other possibility as well, because we've seen initials for a bunch of people, and indeed we don't understand some of them. I mean, Zorro, for example, could be a nickname, or it could be like the name of a company. Still not sure. We can find this out afterwards. I'm sure I can Google it quickly, but that's yeah. But I'm just here to read stuff. Anyway, so yeah, these are the blueprints of the house. Not blue, obviously, but they're very detailed. But yeah, case number. So this mentions the basement. I reckon this is from the cops. So we'll see. Or designations. And indeed, we've seen the same designations here. So I think it's more likely at this point it is the police. So it's the same one. Preparer. 3A Margaret Current. Oh, fuck me. Alright. And it's the same here. So these are... Yeah. So this can be sort of corroborated with the letters, or with the notes on the doors, and the photos immediately following. So I think that's the purpose of this. Although this is an old-ass blueprint. I mean, yeah. It looks old. I mean, it could just be a print. In fact, I think it is a print. It's got a clean border, but yeah. Printing from National Archives, I think. So it doesn't take into account any possible extensions or like partitions and stuff like that. What was the floor number on the first one? Let's have a look. Oh shit! I've deleted the PDS. It started with the cellar. And these ones big, and yeah, that's where we got the like double O's, double L's, double K's, that kind of thing. It's the cellar and subcellar. Although I don't think the subcellar did look like mainly pipes and boiler rooms and that kind of thing. But yeah, this I think is the. Does it say? Not quite. This is one of the main floors. Let's have a look at this. Okay, RRTUVP. Oh yeah, it will say here actually. So third floor. So this is the third floor. This is the fourth floor. And yeah, it is basically room designations. There's nothing really to read here. And indeed, if I zoom in, I can't do that anyway because the pixels are ass. But yeah, so you can see it here. Location 9 East 71st Street, New York, NY, 4th floor. So it will say specifically here what floor it is. Yeah, and this one is the 5th floor. So it's the same rule again, but there's nothing to read here really. Yeah, same one. I already read this bit. So 9th East, 11th Street, New York, 71st Street. Yeah. The handwriting is different. It's really annoying. Anyway, New York, 6th floor. Yeah, 6th floor. And, oh god. Did it go to, did it go to 7 floors? It was either 7 floors or it just went to the roof. Anyway, we're back. Nothing to see there. There's a kitchen. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. G. There we go. Room G. Nothing to read. Another dining room. As I say, was it Rama in Final Fantasy? It's possible it was that one. That is probably is not the actual Final Fantasy character. It's just that's what it reminded me of. Just sheer facial hair power coming out of his mouth. Okay. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Definitely with that muscular beard. F. Alright, what we got? Okay, statues, little cherubs. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. We've seen that statue before. Bit of a weird one, but I've seen similar, like at Liverpool Street Station in London and in other London stations. That's E as well. Yep, E again. Okay, search complete. Place X in box. Listen, Mr. FBI agent or Mrs. FBI agent, that is not an X. That is a P and a G. You're meant to place an X in the box. Even I know how to do that. Your initials go here. But yeah, floor numbers, it basically went from subcellar up to 6th floor. So subcellar, cellar, ground, first, second, you know, going from there. Yep, shoe rack, we've seen that before. Nothing to read. Same again, nothing to read. Unless I can actually read this banner this time, except no. Yeah, image compression is not great. Like, I had to download them all as an image. Otherwise, I would just be clicking on each and every link and then closing them again. It's not good. This is the only way where I could really do it in a, you know, in a pacing manner. As in, I could just keep going rather than any of the awkward clicks. Because considering the sheer amount of images there are, I've got to, you know, make sure I save time and keep going at a decent pace for as, you know, as long as I can. Well, you see, now this agent did the right thing. They put an X in the box. The other guy didn't. Nothing to read here. Oh, hang on. Peter Thomas Roth. Not sure if that's a company. It's probably a company. It's one of those fancy ass things. Well, I didn't see that in the last one, I don't think. Either that or I didn't pay attention to it. Okay. Call 911. No, thank you. Bond point, maybe? That's it. Now, I hear thumping noises from somewhere. It's definitely my cats. They're little rascals. Anyway, and that's H. So, right, that's up to 800 now. We're going to do up to 900, then we're going to do up to 1,000. And then I will close the stream, and then we'll resume another stream tomorrow, likely. Because I don't actually have anything on tomorrow. Well, actually I do. I've got to record the daily videos. Got to do that too. But, yeah. I'll do that, and then I'll try and record Tuesday as well, or get a stream up Tuesday. But Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, no can do. I'm spending time with my family. New Year's Day and New Year's Eve I won't be doing either because that will also be spent with the family. But yeah, I've got plenty of treats and surprises for you to come. We've had the Christmas special, Christmas Carol yesterday. If you're just working out what the fuck I'm doing, I do long stories like that as well. So you can go and enjoy yourself with that after. Do that as a palate cleanser. I think that's another reason why I didn't do this stream yesterday. I had plenty of stuff to go on as well. Anyway, yeah, sorry, and I'm aware I'm not necessarily making sense and I'm slurring and I'm doing that a lot. It's partly exhaustion. It's very, very late on my end, but also I didn't sleep well last night either. So I think that's why I've got to, rather than just trying to power through until like 5 in the morning or whatever, it makes sense for me to call it here, break, and then resume as soon as I can tomorrow. So that'll be what I do. So it'll be 800 to 900, I think. Yep. All right, there we go. Whew. Alex, I hope you decide to come to the US one day. Absolutely. And I know Flint's around as well. I mean, he's been trying to hammer it into me to come over at some point. It won't happen while I've got the kittens. They still need to grow up a little bit before they can go to a cattery. Yeah, that's on the cards. That's definitely. I just don't know what I would do, and you know, it would just be me. So I don't know if I'd be able to handle that just going around on my own. It would be cool, however, if I could go to before I say that, I will say I like a lot of Americans on the Discord server. All of them seem to want to invite me to a gun range. That's like the first thing they offer to do. It's like, oh yeah, let's go shooting. I was like, shooting? Okay. I'm assuming in a good way rather than a bad way. But yeah, that's great. I mean, I know Brandon Herrera and Don't Operate like those guys. I think they host like a creator range day. It'd be great fun to go to that. Maybe get one of them to actually teach me how to fire a gun properly. And hopefully I don't end up on one of Brandon Herrera's Darwin Award shows. Save to come to Canada. You can see the dumpster fire from here. I mean, Canada's got some very good sites as well. I mean, my parents went, and they basically went on I think it was like a hiking trip or something. Saw a lot of good wildlife over there. And Canada would be a lovely place to go to. Although the hockey is something I do not understand. I will admit. Why'd you get into fights playing hockey? Like, if it was football, you'd be sent off the pitch. You know, rugby, that's basically encouraged, but I don't know. I don't know why you just take off your gloves and randomly just swing at people. And plus, you don't even use the stick when you do it. That's very strange. I mean, it looks fun though. I would love to give it a go. I needed that. Don't record yourself shooting. Oh yeah. Apparently someone got arrested for posing with guns in the US. I mean, honestly, I would do that, and if I got arrested, I would fight that in court, and I wouldn't listen to anyone saying, "Oh no, just plead guilty. They'll give you a slap on the wrist," because they don't. Yeah. You don't want me to go into details about the situation in my country. You really don't want to see that. Well, I'm sure you do, but YouTube don't. Well, well, in all seriousness, like, I tend to keep the channel apolitical as far as possible. I mean, this whole thing, the Epstein stuff, as much as people are trying to make it into a partisan issue, it really isn't. Because at the end of the day, you know, whether you're left or right, you want to keep kids safe, and you want to make sure atrocities like this do not happen again. But things are getting a little wild in my country. Maybe I will need to move to the US after just having bought a place of my own here. I'll see if I can get my kittens with me though. But yeah, that's definitely on the cards. Anyway, right, where am I? A1, there we go. Right. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. You're gonna get sick of me saying that line. Nothing to read here. Oh no! Corvette, Portrait of a Legend. And this, okay. I think this is some kind of like, it looks like a more doorstop rather than something you put on a book. I can't make out what that's saying though. I think that's Latin. Oh no. Hang on. I don't know if that's Latin, or if I don't know if this is like two words from... is that Janus or something? I don't know. That does look like Latin. Okay, right. Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. C! Nothing to read here. Nothing to read here. Give me a document, at least, to send the audience off. Nothing to see here. Nothing to read here. These are all very, very pixelated for me. They are very, very impossible to see. B. Oh, hang on. And M. Yeah, M something. And they have put the X here, but look at how they've fucking written the X. This is your law enforcement. We had a guy earlier who, when told to put an X, put their initials instead. We had a guy who actually put the X, and then we got, like, a 5-year-old putting an X in. This is... Guys, come on. You can do better. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Mail. Well, we already... This is a second photo, but we had a close-up photo of the mail earlier. I was able to read some of it, but it's very pixelated. 602. So yeah, the photographer's been here for quite a while. Those I think are packing peanuts. Yeah, they're packing peanuts. You can see the curve on some of them. Yeah, I thought they were corks because I do a little bit of homebrewing. And part of that is I've got some corks and I've got a wine corker for homebrewing wine. But having said that, my homebrew wine is not that good. I'll probably end up pouring it off to some relatives. FedEx large, FedEx medium box. Yep, I've seen that before. Nothing to read. Hey, oh boy, who's this? All right, let's see if we can get a better photo of that. Oh no, we've seen that. We've seen the chair on the stairs before. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Yeah, we found that photo. In fact, should I make the Bill Clinton thing the thumbnail? I probably should. Yeah, that photo is just weird. I don't really understand that. Chess says looks nice though. But yeah, the thing I really don't like is this. I pointed out before, but and I'm sure it just looks like a decoration, but considering the context, that's not a good thing at all to have there. I don't know. It just that in particular just leaves a foul taste in my mouth just because I know the context of everything that's gone on. It could just, to normal people it would probably just appear as something innocent, but no, definitely not. Just a kid trying to escape. D. This iconography as well. That's yeah. Things look a whole lot wilder in context, I think. But especially like that huddled kids, Jesus. And I think that's the front door. That's the front door again. Okay, we've got some documents. Let's see what we're dealing with. Okay, United States District Court. I think I've read this before. Yeah, 7719. No, I think I did read that. All right, so I'm going to read it on here. Application for arrest here, I think. Yeah. Based in the Southern District of... Yeah, I think this was part of the court documents that I read last time. Because we've had a few applications for trial, for arrest, for warrants for stuff. Yeah, the trouble is this is pixelated as fuck. But yeah, some redacted stuff here. But yeah, I think this is actually some of the stuff I read last time. All right, nothing to read here. What's that? Okay, that's an otter. I was gonna say that's considering this side of it. It had like the kind of the same iconography is a very, very disturbing. And yeah, wearing his evil on his sleeve. Yeah, absolutely, I think. Yeah, he's just like flaunting it in open, and people just think, oh, it's such an innocent thing. But no, from the testimony of Virginia Guthrie, from the court documents, yeah, it does match sort of what he was like. He liked the massages. Like he did have a massage area, and that's why I called it like with a couple of the bathrooms a bit prematurely, because he did go on about the massages. He did have the lewd pictures which thankfully have been censored by the Department of Justice. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, it's just the iconography of the kids. I was not expecting that, but that's prevalent like all throughout, like the kid in the rope especially, but also those doorstops, like they're huddling kids. I don't know, if I should look too deeply into those specifically, because let's face it, this guy has a lot of tat. He could just got it from an antique shop or an antique dealer or something like that and just left them there. So it could just be like something that's there. But yeah, given the context, it's not great to have those. I don't think. Whereas obviously he doesn't care or he didn't care, but for me is like I notice these things given the context. I think that's what I'm trying to say there. Anyway, that's nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. We got some stuff getting packed. There's Q. There's front door. Yeah, it was barged in, I think. Yeah, I mean they could have at least pick the lock, I suppose, if they actually had a warrant. Unless of course, it was a, a shock and awe kind of raid. Is this the plaque outside? That doesn't have any words I can use. Okay, right, we got stuff. FD 674A, 7/24/2017. Date 07/11/2019. Case ID 3IE NY 3027571. That's very neat handwriting, I must say. Photographer redacted. Location 9th East 71st Street, New York, NY 10021. Oh yeah, it is the FBI. Yeah, well, FBI just, yeah. Give your guys better cameras, please. All right. There's the front door again. Is that in New York? Because I've seen that kind of architecture and seen that kind of stuff in the UK. I mean, I suppose we did have a map of New York in there, but yeah, New York. I just think like gridlocked, jam-packed taxis and all that. Whereas, stuff on the side here. Well, I guess the license plate here doesn't look like a UK one. All right. Yeah, there's the door again. That's a bit closer. Okay, license plate is redacted. But I thought it was like a US or a European license plate. Yeah. I think there's New York. I think I'm just being silly. So yeah, this could very well be New York. Not that I've been there. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like the roadworks, this kind of stuff, the style of road, it does scream to me UK, but we had the map of Manhattan, and it's the FBI investigating that place, so it's probably New York. Okay, nothing to read there. They've even blanked out the license plate, so I can't read them. Mean Girls on Broadway. Yay. Can't read anything there. Those look like yellow cabs. Madison Avenue. Okay. Yeah, Ralph Lauren. That's the dry cleaners, I think. And that's the house. Busted open, obviously. Number 9, that's the letterbox. But nothing to read. Yeah, okay. Number 9. Definitely. 9. Yep, we see as 9. Oh, although having said that, considering the amount of times delivery drivers have fucked up my delivering my orders in the past, I can't blame them for plastering the house number everywhere. Okay, door open is... Okay, he's having another round. He's going back into the entrance. Doorway, there's some floodlights. Doors there, yep. Nothing to read there. The picture again, not sure why he's taking photos of this. Hey, there we go. Shall I make that the thumbnail? I've got to make that the thumbnail, I think. That's got to be the thumbnail. I mean, it's a bit poor taste, I think, to have a thumbnail like that. At the moment, I've just got blank box. But that's too funny to ignore. Okay, nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to... Photographer was having fun with this, I reckon. Yeah, it's Bill Clinton. Does look like something's done a sheen over it or something like that. Just, like one of those squishy things, he's just gone up. Like from, you can see the line here and the line here, I think. That's very, very strange. But yeah, I'll see if I can make that the thumbnail. A, that's what it says. Oh, hang on. We got a letter with it. Shitting thing. Oh, that's annoying. I'm pretty sure that's Bill Clinton. I want to see what the note says. Yep. Alright, here's our thumbnail. Yep, I'm going to make a note of that. Alright, but what I really want to see is this. That's too pixelated for me. It's too pixelated. The writing is tiny. Fucking hell, just give me a direct thing. Okay, well, this is the security room as well. So yeah, presumably we come out the entrance. This is... We turn right into this room. It's got that there. And then this is the security room. Damn. Unfortunately, can't see what's on the... what's being written there. Nothing to read again. He's exploring this room again. Yeah. We read this staff schedule close to the start. But this is basically like, he's gone back to this room, and he's taking photos again, but I do know there's nothing to read here. Bunch of tools, power drills. I mean, they could just belong to the FBI, because like part of their standard procedure is just taking things down and just taking it with them as evidence. Okay, it's a trapdoor. This is new, nothing to read there though. Nothing to read. 318, Jesus. Yeah, these guys have been going quite a while. Phase medium box. Yeah, I want to know what's on that what the letter is next to the painting of Bill Clinton. That's it's pretty well, but I want to know what's there. I don't know if it's I might be able to check online and see if I'm able to see it like on the DOJ website itself. If so, I might do a separate video and just read it out, because that would be video worthy. Mail, seen that before. Seen that before as well. There's nothing to read in these. There's no documents, unless you want me to read the. There you go, read. That's what it says. Oh, hang on. To Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, AF. Okay. Do we get to see what's in that letter? Probably not. A. There we go. Okay. Yeah. We got the picture of Bill Clinton here, and it's just to the right somewhere. There's a letter, a framed letter, which I want to read. I want to read that. And doesn't look like he's taking a photo of it. Very annoying. And this room we've seen before as well. This is also a repeat, and there is nothing to read here. Okay, right. Well, yeah, we're still going through this in the moment because it's just nothing to read. We were able to go into depth with the first couple of hundred, so I'm glad we could do that. We still got another 100 to go though, so who knows? Maybe we'll see something spicy. Who knows? So 900 to 1,000, and then I'll stick around to chat and see what people are saying. And then I'll go to bed, be fresh for tomorrow, record the day's videos, and then get straight back to this. Alright, let's see what we're saying in chat. Damn you, image compression. Yeah, I had to, yeah, they came in as a zip, and then I could extract all, but it's possible that affected it. Hockey, the game they hand you a weapon before the game. Yep. As a gun buyer, I've seen a lot of foreign gun shenanigans. All I'm going to say is that guns are a huge responsibility. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Slavic countries especially, there's a lot of old Soviet stuff there, so a lot of people fuck with guns over there. And obviously over here, guns are heavily regulated. In Australia, I mean, especially in Australia now, they're going to be heavily regulated. I think it's a lot of countries, especially in Europe, you know, the moment you have like one massive tragedy involving it, immediately like they crack down, all the guns are taken away, can't be trusted with them. And I think you would have had that moment in the US when Columbine happened. But that's not the case, and you guys have your Second Amendment. I can completely understand that. Although, I'm bucking the trend where most Europeans would just say, "Oh no, you don't need a gun. We work perfectly well without guns." But it's a different ball game over there. Is a larger country. You got hostile neighbors crossing the border, that kind of thing. And it's a violent society in many places as well. But also, you got the concept of a ghost gun now. So, even if the previous arguments had merit, now you can technically 3D print your own gun, completely unregistered with any government, and that's already there. So, the way I see it, in the US, have your guns that actually work, so you can deal with violent people who will have guns either way now at this point. Hi narrator, hi chat. Hello, Zonda. Street is probably closed, possibly. Legal minimum resolution they were adhering to, just enough to wiggle room for the wealthy. Possibly. But yeah, we've at least got the Bill Clinton thumbnail. But I want to read the note next to it if I can. So I might actually see if it's there on the government website before I leave. Anyway, these are many repeats with unreadable stuff, and Maltese is either unreadable or repeats, in which case I'll just blast for it. Because we've got plenty more to be doing, and as I say, with the exception of 1 or 2 or 3 things, it's not been the best haul. Anyway, that says B. Nothing to read there. C. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. Okay. Weird pictures, but still better than the sus stuff we've seen before. Yep, same again. Nothing to read there. Nothing to read there. C. Nothing to read there. 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 Again, is this fucking thing is front and center of the staircase. It's the child climbing down a rope trying to escape. Statue, it's pretty on the nose, that I've got to say. I mean, hopefully by the time we move on to the next photo album, we'll be away from this location. And we'll be able to see, like, preferably the island itself. Yeah. Nothing to read anyway. Still nothing to read. Still nothing to read. It's the same photo. Oh, that's even more. Yeah, there's possibly a caricature of the slavery era. Possibly. I don't know. But yeah, either way, it's very, very poor taste given the context. Okay. Oh, hang on. We got other people. They're not dressed like agents, but, they could just be plainclothes. Okay, got PC. Passport. Fucking cunt. Yeah, I need to. I'm going to check afterwards, like, just to see if the image quality is better on the US website. Yeah, at least they got the PC. They look like ads. We got the redacted here as well, but nothing to read there. And these are the icons he had. Mainly just the normie stuff. Doesn't seem to be any anything that jumps out at me. Nothing to read there. What the hell is up with this photo? No clue. Okay, yeah, that's FBI. She got the FBI logo on the on her bag. Maybe it's that one who actually put the X in the box correctly. Who knows? Main staircase again, nothing to see here. Yeah, a bunch of photos of that one. I mean, presumably, like, the FBI had the same idea that this was really on the nose for what was going on. Anyway, nothing to see here. Or nothing to read, I should say. Plenty to see. Nothing to read. Reading is the focus. Okay, right. We're just getting repeats, essentially. This is just like a second run. But we're still not getting anything to actually read, which I really want to see. Well, we just got 50 to go. Oh, we got a bunch of photos, though. They're good. Look. Oh, here's the fucking Pope. That is the Pope. Why is the Pope in the photo here with Epstein and Maxwell? Yeah, that is Maxwell, I think. Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm not sure who this guy is. Ooh. Who's that? Is this Mr. Trump? Possibly. This is possibly Donald Trump here. Of course, doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's not like he's got his top off. You know, the elites hobnob with each other. That doesn't necessarily mean he is involved. I will make that point clear. You know, but I'm sure if there is some sus stuff, we'll get to it. But yeah, but you can see, this is his collection, if you will. I want to try and get into the mind. This is his collection of Jeffrey Epstein, of hobnobbing with famous and powerful people. So yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that President Trump is more deeply involved in this. But considering, you know, there's a sheik in here, for example, that he's met. Here's the Pope. These are all sorts of other people. He's in a picture with someone else, someone perhaps who I don't know, who is famous or wealthy or powerful, and this seems to be like a little shrine to that in a way. I mean, think about it. You got here's a picture of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell with the Pope. Is the Pope involved in Epstein Island? I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, it's the fucking Pope. Although having said that, you can make some jokes about the Catholic Church and that kind of stuff, I'm sure. But this comes across more as a shrine of the powerful that he's hobnobbed with. And indeed, that was brought up in the last lot of the Epstein files, where Jeffrey liked to get involved with the elite. But yeah, association does not necessarily mean they're involved. But, you know, it doesn't look that good. But yeah, don't forget, we've got a lot more to go. We will go through the entire lot. So, you know, if President Trump is involved, he's involved. Now, photos have emerged of Bill Clinton, not just the painting, but certain other sus photos. So that would be something I would focus on. But I'm aware that a lot of people on Twitter are just trying to call it like hashtag Trump Epstein files. But, you know, the way I see it, if there was a smoking gun and he was like naked in a pool with a girl or something like that, that would have been released a long ass time ago. That would have been released the moment it was discovered. So yeah, we'll see. But that's just my opinion. You know, obviously I'm not a detective or anything like that. I mean, yeah, I as I say, I'm a narrator. I used to work in finance, and while I applied to MI5, I was unsuccessful. So no, I'm not a some kind of super analyst or anything like that. That's just my take from what I see here. Doesn't necessarily mean association with the bad stuff. Just that, you know, these are people that Epstein is hobnobbed with. But I'm sure we'll see it as we go further on, and as more information comes to light, we'll just see who is actually tied into the whole thing. Anyway, next one. Again, same point as the same fucking thing. There we go. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Give me something to read. That's an F. And a very sus painting. Nothing to read. 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 Come on! I want a dragon. I need something long to do. Nothing to read. 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 Okay, a few things up here I can point out. Unfortunately, like these are relatively easy to read, except it's cut off at the top. The PDF does not go any higher. So preparations, plants and equipment, fundamentals. These just look like, yeah, cookbooks. Bacon America, appetizers, cookbooks basically. I don't have any of these. I do have a few cookbooks on me. Like a Gordon Ramsay one. I got one like my brother got me for last Christmas, which is pretty good. I about tray bakes, but I can do more advanced cooks than that, to be honest. But yeah, these are all look like cookbooks. Culinary techniques. The splendid table. Yeah, some of these are actually clear enough to read. The Sushi Cafe. Yeah, these are pretty good. Crew. There we go. But apart from that, there's nothing incriminating, really, is there? So we'll move on. G. A fucking corridor. Whoop-de-doo. Same again. Oh. Photos. Yeah. It's not always good to try and focus on photos just in case there's a victim involved, but I think the Department of Justice has, you know, they've done a good job at editing some of the nudity and the any identifying features of the victims out as well, so that's good on them. Nothing to read. I get an H, but there's nothing to read. Ben Point. That's clearer to read this time. Woo! Amazon package. Yeah, it's the same stuff. So we'll keep going through this. I'll probably scout ahead before tomorrow as well and see if there's a get rid of the repeats first. Okay, H. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Is the coat room again? Cloakroom. Been there before. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. Nothing to read. That's still pixelated as fuck. Yeah, compressed images aren't good. I'll see if there's any way of like enhancing them or getting a better version. But the absolutely important stuff that we did need to read, that was clear, so it's not too bad. Nothing to read, nothing to read. That's I, man, it's not got anyone signing it. Again, foyer again, nothing to read, nothing to read. Yeah, it's basically just repeat. And again, that same photo. It's not hanging, it's a child in a bridal veil. Is that a bridal veil, would you say? Or was that the fashion of the time for young women of that age? I don't know. It certainly could be. But it's giving off bridal dress kind of feelings to it. Yeah, but I mean the house is tacky as hell. But it's just this in particular. We keep circling back to this. But climbing down the rope, it's just now noticing the clothes. It's yeah. I mean the veil just reminds me of a wedding veil. Although, you know, back in the 16th century or whenever, you know, this was a bit more common just in the day to day. But yeah, it does give bridal vibes for me. B. Oh, we've got some redacted initials there or names. Okay, they've been to Alaska. And what have we got? Murdoch. Yeah, I think we've seen these before. Something about public library, deceit. Got a few thrillers in here as well. But sadly, none of the juicy stuff. What is this? Boxes of stuff, but hard to tell what's actually in there. Unless, oh yeah. Oh no, evidence. Oh no, is confirmed evidence. So is the FBI's evidence bin? Okay, nothing to read here. Oh, yeah. Okay, a lion biting into a elk or a camel or something. I don't know what the fuck that is. Nothing to read there. Yeah, it's something, I guess. Nothing there, nothing there. J, nothing there, nothing there, and nothing there. Okay, right, we've hit 1,000. That's the first of that section. There are 4 sections, although 4 sections next to are also 1,000 long, but the last is like only 100 or 2. So that is the last bit that we're doing. Hang on, let me get back to the let me go back to the side. One sec. Let me oh, sorry, I've lost my damn faculties. Give me a sec. There we go. There we go, that's what we're looking for. So dataset 1, we've done the first part of dataset 1. We still got a little bit more of dataset 1 to do. We've also got dataset 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Indeed, there might be more releases coming. First phase of declassified Epstein. These are stuff released by Attorney General Pam Bondi. Or in fact, we could have a look at the let me see, evidence list. Okay, yeah, I've got some more in the tank. The evidence list, the flight book, the conduct book, and the masseuse list. Okay, the flight log is quite long and is illegible, so I'm gonna have to. Fucking hell. Yeah, quite a lot of this is unreadable, but that will be worth a separate video. The contact book. Well, detail name. We got names, but we got yeah, we got the names at least. Masseuses. Fucking Christ. Okay. Masseuses. This is fully redacted. So, in defense of this, these are the victims. I think. Oh, or at least most of these, if not all of the victims. No. Not in this one. Not in. I wouldn't agree that they've you know, they're doing anything malicious with this. Because the victim, or the plaintiff, Virginia Goffrey, I think, if I'm remembering it correctly, she was brought in as a sort of masseuse, and masseuse was the job title given, where there might actually have not. Yeah, masseuse is basically like a how do you call it? It's masseuse is basically the name given to the victims who were there. They were registered as employees, but they were actually being trafficked. So that's why these victims are redacted. It's because they're the victims in this case. But yeah, masseuse list. I mean, some of them may have been actual masseuses. I don't know. But yeah, this was. Yeah, this indicates the victims. So absolutely, they've got to block it out. That's my take on it, and it's. You know, it's redacted. It says here. It even says here it's redacted to protect victim information. But yeah, masseuse was the term given to Virginia Goffrey and the girls that were trafficked. I think it was just girls. I don't know if it was girls and boys. But certainly the Royal Charity, it doesn't seem to discriminate on gender, so that's fine. I mean, I think if it did, or if it does, like anything that goes to that charity, I would just match and do another amount of the exact same value to a charity that helps guys, basically. But it does. But SOAR does seem to be, you know, for all genders. So that's great. But no, these are essentially victims. So that's why I'm you know, I'm not gonna hammer on about that. As for the evidence list, I can do that in another stream. I think I'm a bit tired. But I'll keep this. I mean, how long's it been? Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes. We've done one small section of 1 of 7 drops, and there is going to be more. So 254. Jesus, give it mercy. Yeah. What? Oh, okay. Let's have a look at the this. I'll go from the top first. We're getting some very, very good questions. Bear in mind, like, I'm a narrator. While I'm not law enforcement or anything like that. I'm not directly involved with the case. However, I have read a significant amount of this. So so I can reason. I can reason a little bit. God, I'm tired. I can reason out a decent amount of this. But yeah, it's agreed that looks like a bridal veil. I got that impression. You didn't necessarily see it like from the angles that we had previously, but Jesus, the back shot of the veil over the back of her head, yeah, that gave off bridal veil looks. Did the faces get redacted in that photo? Some of the faces have, some have not. The Pope was in one of them. I'm pretty sure Trump was in another. Now, I'm aware that there's news that one of the photos would have been taken out because it did involve Trump. If it was that shrine, like the shrine that showed Trump, it doesn't necessarily say he was involved in like the trafficking. Even though I'm sure, there's evidence out there. I don't know if there's evidence out there. Even though there may be, other factors that indicate that he might have been. Judging from that specific photo in that specific instance, that all those photos on the mantelpiece, it did look like a shrine of famous people that Jeffrey Epstein had met, rather than co-conspirators or something like that. Now, having Bill Clinton dressed up in a dress with heels as a painting, that's sus as hell. Some faces have been redacted. It's mainly redacting the nudity content, and it's also redacting victims, of which there were photos of victims. I mean, some of the body types looked young. I will say that it's not great. Seriously, I give Resident Evil shit for their mansion layouts and designs, but this just confirms that the evil have horrible taste in interior design. Yeah. God, I wouldn't quite say it's like the Spencer mansion, but it's tacky as well. It's not great. Again, did you get the pictures from the first cycle before they got pulled? I think I did. Yeah, I downloaded them pretty quickly. At least, second batch and first batch and second batch, I think. And then I just pulled the rest. Can't buy good taste. Yeah, I was gonna say get something like what I've got there. That's better. Although that's a display, so I can actually change it at any time. I might do that for something else. Who knows? Right. What are the other questions? Photos of hard drives. Yep. Can't buy good taste. Yeah, certainly not. I mean, he had a lot of money, but yeah, the house looked tacky as hell and horrible. Looks like they intentionally fucked the scanning. I'll go on the actual website and check. I'll see if there's any if there is any other creators covering this as well. Don't mind the victims being redacted. The victims will be labelled as masseuse. Yeah, I mean, it could just be like it was a list taken from Jeffrey Epstein that just said, masseuses. These are the masseuses. But those, from what I can tell, are the victims. So absolutely redact the shit out of that. Protect the people involved. Because even though some people have bravely stepped forward, and they've done it in other cases as well, the fact that Virginia Giuffre unfortunately passed, and the circumstances of that, I wouldn't want my name out there. Don't get me wrong, people that are brave enough to step up and make sure people are put to justice, absolutely, I have nothing but respect for them. But the trouble is, the media attention that hounds you afterwards, some people just can't take it. And I think that was the case with Virginia Giuffre. And then you had all sorts of people trying to discredit her. You had Prince Andrew trying to put pressure on her to drop the charges, that kind of stuff. Allegedly. I mean, apparently Prince Andrew was heavily involved. But, it is entirely possible that the pressure got to her. Even though she said she wouldn't do it. It could just be like that. That could just be a last F you. Pay attention to the situation. Just, Maybe she thought that taking her own life would make things move. Make things happen and make things move. And I guess in this case, with Congress releasing the Epstein files, and indeed, it turned out to be a bipartisan thing, because Trump told the Republicans to absolutely, get it released. And I think the Democrats are doing the same as well. So that's good, even though it sort of got, the Transparency Act got passed, but for the complete wrong reasons. But yeah. What are the victims who have come forward? Shouldn't they be unredacted to give more metadata? No. That's traditionally not how it happens. I mean, I think in I'm not sure if Virginia Graffiti, maybe she went under another name, for example. Or, maybe some circumstantial things can be brought up that can identify other victims, like depending on her position on the list. All these sorts of things, I mean, I would just say it's better to just, redact it all, and if people want to come forward on their own, they can do so, and then authorities can be like, yep, she's one of them. But no, I wouldn't, I wouldn't take any chances with that shit. Anyway, I'm tired. It is 1:22 in the morning for me. I really want to go to bed. I'm very, very tired. And you could tell towards the end that I was slurring. I was repeating myself. I wasn't making 100% sense. So I would like to be sharp for the next stream. And that will require me sleeping and having some rest. And indeed, I'm pretty sure my kittens are already on my bed waiting for me. So I'll be doing that. But thank you very much, everybody, for coming along. One last little service, if you like, that I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and find a worthy... Someone worthy that's streaming that I can redirect you guys to. Give them a little boost, and then you can do what you like. So I'm going to aim to do that. But I'll happily answer questions in chat while that happens. But yeah, this is particularly harrowing. I guess, for me personally, like, not much phases me these days. It's just, it's just sometimes stuff like this comes out, and I just feel like I've got to do something, or at least try to do something about it. And I guess this is my way of, of contributing, of trying to make a difference in a way, as small as it might be. Now I'm going to try and redirect. I'm just going to try and see if there's. I just want to try and see if there's someone streaming out there that I can just redirect you to. If not, I won't bother, and I'll just, I'll just say, right, yeah, let's go. I can't see anyone I know actually streaming. Well, nobody I know. Let's see. There's a couple of VTubers streaming. I guess I could just redirect to one of them. Ultimate 4K fireplace, 12 hours with endless firelight for ASMR crackling. Fuck it, let's send you to that. There you go. Let me find. Redirect privileges needed. Okay. Some dumbasses don't like being redirected. So I tell you what, I will call it here. Thank you very much, everybody. I will hopefully try and sleep well, and I'll see you ideally tomorrow for another stream. Goodbye for now.